Chapter 1482. Master Lu Fu gasped, and the shock in his eyes became even stronger. Although he had already guessed it, seeing it with his own eyes still shocked him. However, this shock soon dissipated. Master Lu Fu's eyes lit up, and he revealed a sneer. Fortunately, he hasn't reached the third step. As long as he hasn't reached the third step, I don't believe he would dare to battle the old man. So what if he has two essences? He is merely a brute. If he doesn't provoke the old man, it won't matter. However, if he dares to provoke the old man will let him know what kind of existence an early-stage nirvana void cultivator is. As he let out a cold snort, Master Lu Fu stepped forward. From beginning to end, he didn't even look at Xie Qing. In his eyes, all life in the world was an ant that wasn't worthy of him looking at. Hashtag Planet Donglin, the most mysterious place in the Luo Tian star system. Back then, Wang Lin had heard many rumors about this planet. This planet didn't have a fixed position and slowly moved through the eastern domain of the Luo Tian star system. Even if one was at the peak of Nirvana Shatterer, it would be extremely difficult to find Planet Donglin without a guide jade. Even if one's divine sense swept by, due to the strange structure of the planet, they wouldn't be able to find it. For most cultivators, they could only rely on their naked eyes to find it. However, this didn't include Wang Lin. At this moment, in the vast eastern domain of the Luo Tian star system, there was a shocking planet slowly moving. Among the stars, one could vaguely see that there were potholes on the planet that gave off a dark yellow glow. A powerful pressure spread out across the star system. Planet Donglin. This planet wasn't alone. There were dozens of small planets around it, and they slowly rotated. They moved along with Planet Donglin. Formation lights flickered in the surroundings, connecting the dozens of small planets to Planet Donglin. From a distance, it looked like a huge net of stars. At this moment, all of the formations on Planet Donglin were activated, causing the net of stars to continuously ring out. Bang, bang, bang. He could faintly see sword light flashing on the dozens of smaller planets around Planet Donglin. Many cultivators were quickly getting into formation to form more restrictions and strengthen Planet Dongling's defenses. The tense atmosphere could be clearly felt from the gloomy faces of the thousands of cultivators. None of the cultivators said a word. They all lined up in formation and slowly began to activate the spell formations on the dozens of planets. There were 3 elders sitting at the center of the formation. There were close to 100 of them, and each of them gave off an ancient aura. It was obvious that they had lived for a very long time and would not come out easily. But at this moment, they had no choice but to appear. Because the representative of the Xiang family, Xiang Yundong, had brought back a piece of shocking news that shocked the entire Xiang family. Wang Lin, who had his vitality taken by the ancestor, had returned with a cultivation that even Master Lu Fu dreaded. This news shocked the entire Xiang family. After a moment of silence, the current head of the Xiang family and the head elder immediately issued the Donglin blood order. The Xiang family was the secret overlord of Planet Donglin and rarely appeared. Even many Luo Tian cultivators didn't know about it. Everyone only knew that Planet Donglin had 3 great families. Su Lulu. In particular, the Su family had many killing gods and was infamous. In the Luo Tian star system, just mentioning it would cause one's heart to tremble. There was also the Lu family. Although they weren't as famous as the Su family, they were very good at restriction techniques. Although they weren't as famous as the Xiang family, which had inherited the 4 great restriction techniques. Like the Li Yuan family, which had declined over the years, the Lu family had many talented people, and their attainments in restriction techniques were extremely profound. All of the restrictions on Planet Donglin were set up by the Lu family. Finally, the Lu family was famous for creating treasures and spells. In particular, their 9-life blood sunflower spell was a heaven-shaking spell that combined spells and treasures. Rumor had it that this spell had only been used once since it was created. However, when it was used that time, it destroyed all of the eastern Luo Tian star system. It was as if the world was going to end. These three great families constantly fought against each other. They used this cruel method to maintain the vitality of their families and continue to grow stronger. However, in truth, only a few old monsters in the Luo-Tian star system knew that the Su-Lu and Lu families were all branches of the Xiang family. The Xiang family could be said to be the most powerful family in the All-Heaven star system that had existed since ancient times. Even in the Luo-Tian star system, the Xiang family was enough to fight against the Thunder Celestial Temple, and the Thunder Celestial Temple was likely at a disadvantage. Of course, the premise was that Master Lu Fu wasn't included. The Xiang family was like a sleeping behemoth. It didn't move, but once it awakened, it would shake the Luo-Tian star system. As a result, even though Xiang Yundong's cultivation level wasn't high enough, he was still chosen by Master Lu Fu to be one of the 4 disciples to teach Dao spells to. Each of the 4 disciples chosen by Master Lu Fu had their own meaning. Whether it was Blood God, Li Yunzi, or Master Flamespark, they were all the same. There was also a rumor among the old monsters in the Luo-Tian star system. This rumor was related to the Xiang family, but it was impossible to verify whether it was true or false. Perhaps only Master Lu Fu knew the truth of this rumor. Rumor had it that the most mysterious cultivation family in the Luo-Tian star system had a trace of connection with the Xiang family. The meaning of the rumor was that the Xiang family was a branch of the mysterious ancient cultivation family that very few people knew. The Xiang family's existence was only to guard the gate of this ancient family. The ancient cultivation family had existed for a long time before the collapse of the celestial realm. They had lived through countless ancient times and had continued for tens of thousands of years. The accumulation and strength of this family was unimaginable. They were even more mysterious. It was rare for someone to appear on the Luo-Tian star system in 10,000 years. Even when Wang Lin was in the Luo-Tian star system, even when he was pushed by Master Lu Fu, the mysterious ancient family only sent out one order and one person during the war between the Luo-Tian star system and the Alliance star system. The order was to bestow the title of a true celestial, and the person sent out was the 9th elder, Imuzi, who stole the moonlight from Wang Yu. The entire planet Donglin was mobilized by the Xiang family's blood order, and layers of protection were set up. At this moment, in the far west of planet Donglin, the earth was dark red. It was as if it had been soaked in blood for tens of thousands of years. It gave off a bloody aura that lingered for a long time when the wind blew by. Perhaps it was because the smell of blood was too strong, but everything here was filled with a tyrannical aura. In the far west, there was an endless stretch of unmarked graves. On the ground, there were countless severed limbs, ghastly white bones, and the rotting flesh on the bones, attracting many vultures to circle in the sky. There were even some vultures standing on the white bones, pecking at the rotten flesh. The entire far west was filled with monstrous death aura. From a distance, this place looked like a giant, invisible vortex filled with death aura. Any cultivator that came here couldn't help but be shaken. Countless mournful souls echoed in the far west, letting out silent cries of resentment. Wang Lin had come here before. This was where the only remaining ancestor of the Xiang family spent most of his time in closed-door cultivation. The deeper one looked, the darker the ground became. It was impossible for life to exist here. Even the Xiang family members wouldn't dare to come here unless there was something important. Every time they came, their life force would be sucked away by the earth. When they left, they would be extremely weak and would need to find a place to cultivate. Right now, there were 2 old men in black with gloomy expressions walking over from the distance. The 2 of them stopped in the depths of the far west. One of the old men respectfully clasped his hands at the black earth and said, "Ancestor, everything has been set up according to your orders. We're just waiting for Wang Lin to arrive." The old man's voice penetrated the ground and reverberated deep underground. Gradually, it landed at the bottom of the land in a large hollow space. At a glance, there was no end to this space. There was only an endless sea of human heads. The death aura here was countless times denser than the outside world, and it surrounded the area. At the center of this sea of human heads was a tower of human heads, and there was a coffin on top of it. The coffin was yellow in color, and there were some festering spots around it. Thick yellow liquid oozed out from the festering spots and flowed down the coffin, dripping onto the heads of the people below, making a sizzling sound. The voice of the black-robed old man on the ground seemed to be affected by the death aura and became much weaker. After a brief moment of silence, a hoarse voice slowly came from the coffin. This child's life force was very good, very good. It made me think about it for a long time. He was indeed fortunate. Back then, he lost all his life force, but he didn't die. All of you can leave. Master Lu Fu's words were a bit exaggerated. This child hasn't reached that level yet. The reason Master Lu Fu said this was because he wanted Wang Lin to test a guess he had in his heart. This matter is not a problem. The earth trembled, and the hoarse voice of the person inside the coffin echoed. Hearing the ancestor's words, the two old men in black let out sighs of relief. They had been shocked by the news Xiang Yundong had brought back and felt like a disaster was about to befall them. At this moment, their hearts were calm. In their eyes, the ancestor was the sky of the Xiang family. If the ancestor said it was not a problem, then there would never be a problem. However, none of them, including the Xiang family ancestor inside the coffin, noticed that a figure in white had arrived outside planet Donglin. Wang Lin had arrived. Looking at planet Dongling and the dozens of smaller planets around it, Wang Lin felt like he had returned to the past. He was accompanied by Qing Shui and Xiang Yundong when they first came here with hope in their hearts. Gradually, Wang Lin's eyes revealed a monstrous coldness. Chapter 1483. This matter is not a problem. These four simple words revealed an ancient sense of confidence. However, when this confident person said these words, he didn't know that Wang Lin had already arrived. If he knew all of this, perhaps he wouldn't be able to say these four simple words. Wang Lin stood hundreds of thousands of feet away from planet Donglin and looked at the planet several times larger than planet Tianyan. The killing intent in his eyes became even stronger. Back then, he was filled with hope of reviving Li Muan. He came to the inner realm from the Alliance and fought his way through. Finally, he obtained the title of Thunder Celestial and a promise from the ancient cultivation family, the Xiang family. Back then, Wang Lin had no intention of becoming enemies with the powerful Xiang family. He just wanted to awaken Li Muan. With hope, he came to planet Donglin with Xiang Yundong leading the way to meet the Xiang family ancestor. However, the despicable and insidious ancestor had not only failed to awaken Li Muan, he had taken away all of Wang Lin's vitality. If not for the finger of death, Wang Lin would have already lost his vitality and died. Now, as Wang Lin's cultivation level became stronger and he learned of the difficulty of reviving Li Muan, he recalled what had happened. Everything the Xiang family ancestor had said was false. He didn't have the ability to revive Li Muan, not even the Qi Shi spell. If not for the heaven-avoiding coffin, Li Muan's hope of reviving would have been completely destroyed. The so-called Qi Shi spell was, in Wang Lin's eyes, one of the main reasons why Li Muan's soul was destroyed. The Xiang family ancestor simply wanted to kill Li Muan while stealing his vitality. Wang Lin's idea of injecting vitality into Li Muan was correct. If the vitality was injected correctly, Li Muan might not be in such a difficult situation right now. No one knew when she would wake up, and it might even be possible for her to resurrect. However, the Xiang family's sinister actions had destroyed everything. At that time, Wang Lin didn't fully understand all of this due to his cultivation. However, as time passed, and thousands of years later, Wang Lin could clearly see the past. His hatred was monstrous. From the very beginning, he knew all of this very well. Wang Lin really wanted to know why all this was happening. Why did the Xiang clan's ancestor deceive him and take away all his vitality in the name of resurrecting Li Muan? There must be a reason for all of this. In the past, Wang Lin had fled in a sorry state. He didn't have the qualifications to ask why, and he didn't have the qualifications to resist all of this. He could only endure. He continued to endure, burying the humiliation and hatred deep in his heart, just like how he had endured facing the Tang family for hundreds of years. However, today was the second time Wang Lin had seen Planet Donglin. He now had the qualifications to know everything. The killing intent in Wang Lin's eyes became stronger, and he stepped forward. With this step, the star system trembled, and he crossed hundreds of thousands of feet with one step. As the thunderous rumble echoed, Wang Lin suddenly appeared 10,000 feet away from Planet Donglin. The star system trembled, and ripples spread out like waves with Wang Lin as the center. It was as if a storm was being set off and continued to spread. It was as if his step had stepped on the pulse of the star system and turned into a thunderous roar that shook all of Planet Donglin. The expressions of the thousands of cultivators on the smaller planets around Planet Donglin changed greatly. They clearly felt a powerful impact come from the star system and smash into the restriction around Planet Donglin. The light from the restriction was shocking. It flickered violently and shined brightly like a sun. Thump, 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 thump. At that instant, all the cultivators on the dozens of small planets could hear their hearts beating madly. It was as if there was a powerful force rushing into their bodies, causing them to rapidly circulate their origin energy. It was as if their bodies would collapse under the tremors of the galaxy if they didn't do this. Standing outside Planet Donglin, Wang Lin's eyes were like lightning. The moment he appeared, he calmly said one sentence. "You know who I am. Get the hell out here, Wang." The moment these words came out of Wang Lin's mouth, they set off a monstrous echo. "Get the hell out here. Get the hell out here. Get the hell out here." These words vented the anger that Wang Lin had hidden for 1,000 years. These words exploded out the hatred that Wang Lin felt toward the Xiang family for stealing his life. This sentence contained the despair he felt when he brought Li Muan here with high hopes, only to be deceived instead. "You can steal my life in battle. You can hunt me down like the Yao family, but you deceived me when I was looking forward to it the most. You cut off Li Muan's hope of recovery. Not only did you scheme against me, but you also schemed against a weak woman who had already died." This kind of thing was unacceptable to Wang Lin. Unacceptable. The echoes echoed like crazy across the star system like thunder. It suppressed all the sound of Wang Lin's step and turned into a roar that was several times louder. It was heaven-shaking. The entire star system was filled with thunder because of these words. Bolts of thunder moved across the star system. In the blink of an eye, the endless star system around Planet Donglin became a thunder hell. The sound wave from this sentence seemed to be able to shatter the star system and collapse the world. It spread out like crazy, and it was like the roar of an ancient god. The storm formed by Wang Lin's step was nothing. At this moment, a storm countless times more powerful replaced everything. It carried Wang Lin's anger, Wang Lin's anger, Wang Lin's hatred, and the question he had been waiting for 1,000 years. The restrictions on the dozens of small planets around Planet Donglin flashed rapidly, but 9 of the planets suddenly collapsed under this roar. The thunderous rumbles were heaven-shaking and spread across the eastern star system of the Luo Tian. The 9 planets collapsed, and all the cultivators guarding them died. Even the 27 old men controlling the formations on the 9 planets couldn't resist at all. They were filled with terror and shock, as if they had been wiped by an invisible hand and died. They didn't even have the right to escape before Wang Lin's roar. The thousands of cultivators on the smaller planets around Planet Donglin all coughed out blood. It was as if the restriction was preventing the roar from entering, but the shock waves still entered. This caused the hearts of these cultivators to tremble, and an irresistible sense of fear rose in their hearts. As this roar echoed, Planet Donglin trembled. Cracking sounds came from the ground, and countless cracks appeared. Countless mountains collapsed into rubble, and rivers flowed in reverse. There was also the sea to the north of Planet Donglin. The waves went crazy and formed a giant vortex. The moment the roar entered the sea, it turned into a shockwave that went deep into the sea. It pushed the sea forward and formed a tsunami that was 10,000 feet tall that submerged the land. The seawater rushed toward the land to completely cover the land. In the western part of planet Donglin, the two old men in black had just relaxed when they heard the heaven-shaking roar. Their bodies trembled violently, as if they had been hit by a powerful force. They were knocked back 1,000 feet and coughed out blood. One of them's body collapsed, and his flesh and blood fell on the dark red earth. In the sea of human heads deep underground, Wang Lin's roar echoed. The earth trembled as if two giant hands had split it open, and in the blink of an eye, a gully appeared. More than half of the human heads in this space exploded. Even the death aura that had filled this space for tens of thousands of years was pushed back, as if it didn't dare to waste any time. The earth-yellow coffin trembled, and the lid was smashed into the wall behind it, shattering into pieces. A roar came from the coffin without the lid. At the same time, a dried-up right hand reached out from the coffin and grabbed the coffin beside it. On the ground, the old man in black that had coughed out blood revealed indescribable fear in his eyes. He didn't hesitate as his right hand formed a seal and a black jade appeared in his hand. Set up the formation. Stop this person from entering planet Donglin at all costs. Powerful auras rushed out from planet Donglin and occupied the north, south, and east directions. A large amount of cultivators gathered. If one looked from the sky, there were no less than tens of thousands of cultivators on planet Donglin. In the north, where the Liu family was, there were tens of thousands of cultivators sitting on the ground, forming a large restriction formation. There were also dozens of old men sitting in midair. As they quickly formed seals with their hands, they coughed up blood. Their blood gathered together and turned into a bloody figure. In the south, where the Sioux family was, there were also tens of thousands of cultivators around them. At the center of the blood pool was a 10,000-foot blood pool. There was a powerful killing intent coming out from the blood pool. The tens of thousands of cultivators all had serious expressions as they walked into the blood pool. In the east, where the Liu family resided, there were groups of 7 cultivators, occupying an area of several thousand kilometers. Beside each group of cultivators was a magic treasure that was several hundred feet tall. These magic treasures looked different, but all of them emitted a yellow glow. As a result, if one looked down from the sky, they would see that the Liu family cultivators in the east had formed a giant sunflower pattern. At the same time, the remaining dozens of small planets around planet Dongling began to rapidly rotate. They rotated around planet Dongling at an extremely fast speed, forming a giant vortex that surrounded planet Dongling. Wang Lin coldly looked at everything before him. His eyes lit up, and he stepped forward. Since you don't want to scram out, then I'll let Wang drag you out. Anyone who dares to block me will be buried with me. The 3rd chapter has been delivered, and I'm working hard on the 4th chapter. I'm asking for monthly votes. Chapter 1484. Just as Wang Lin stepped forward, orders came from the Liu family on planet Donglin. Formation Sky Screen. Restriction Devil Celestial. Formation Restriction 8 Directions. As orders were given, the thousands of cultivators and the dozens of smaller planets around planet Dongling all formed seals. Layers of light surrounded the planet. In a flash, there were 1,000 layers, 10,000 layers, 100,000 layers, 1,000,000 layers, 10 million layers, until it reached 99,990,000 layers. The light from the light screen could penetrate the stars and spread like crazy. It covered the entire eastern part of the Luo Tian star system. Even people in the other 3 star systems could clearly see the powerful light coming from the east. The entire Luo Tian star system was in an uproar. Groups of cultivators pulling planets, families, and armies of cultivators all felt the powerful light coming from the eastern part of the Luo Tian star system. Although they couldn't see what was happening in the distance, they could see the light coming from the endless distance. In the Luo-Tian star system, far away from planet Donglin, the entire Luo-Tian star system was preparing for war. This was the center of the formation formed by more than 600 planets. Inside the vortex, Master Lu Fu's eyes were like lightning as he looked into the distance. Beside him, Master Flamespark, Blood God, and Li Yunzi's faces were pale. They felt the endless light coming from planet Donglin. Planet Donglin's formation came from ancient times, and rumor has it that the Lu family has raised the formation spirit for tens of thousands of years. Once it is activated and the formation spirit enters, its power will be shocking. I wonder if that Wang Lin can break it. I don't know how this person's cultivation has reached such a terrifying degree. But even so, it will take some time to break the formation on planet Donglin. If it was me, how many breaths would it take to break the formation? Master Lu Fu still looked into the distance. He already had an answer in his heart. 20 breaths is enough. I want to see how long this Wang Lin can take to break it. More than 90 million rays of light appeared, forming a powerful formation that even Master Lu Fu would need 20 breaths of time to break. This kind of formation was the limit of a second step spell. Even someone at the fifth heaven's blight couldn't break this formation by themselves. Wang Lin's gaze was calm as he coldly stared at the light screen. The light screen instantly rose to an extremely powerful level, and a cold smile appeared on his face. Only then will it be interesting. However, this level is still not enough. Wang Lin raised his right hand and pointed at the sky. A thunderous rumble echoed, and the 7 ancient god stars between his eyebrows rotated. A powerful ancient god aura, or rather, ancient Tao aura, erupted from Wang Lin's body. The moment this aura appeared, it caused space itself to distort and countless rifts appeared. It was as if space itself couldn't withstand this ancient aura. Ancient order, an existence even more powerful than ancient gods. Even the ancient gods were separated from the ancient Tao. The moment this aura spread out, a giant shadow appeared behind Wang Lin. This shadow was blurry. It was only a head without a left eye. This head was very large, and the moment it appeared, it covered the entire star system. Waves of pressure spread out and filled the entire eastern part of the Luo-Tian star system. The moment this aura appeared, all the cultivators in the Luo-Tian star system were terrified. It was as if they had encountered an existence beyond their understanding. Inside the star formation, Master Lu Fu's pupils shrank when he saw the giant head, and disbelief appeared in his eyes. What is this? Ancient god? Ancient demon? Ancient devil? The existence of the ancient order was not something anyone knew about. This was the first time Master Lu Fu had seen it. Wang Lin's expression was calm as he raised his right hand and slowly formed a fist. The moment he lowered his hand, he gently threw a punch at the more than 90 million layers of light. God trembled. Space itself trembled. As Wang Lin's punch landed, an illusory fist appeared. This illusory fist was hundreds of thousands of feet wide, and the 5 fingers formed a fist as it flew forward. In the blink of an eye, the giant illusory fist collided with the more than 90 million layers of light. The light screen rumbled, and at the moment the fist landed, the light screen flashed rapidly. Thunderous rumbles shook the world and turned into roars that spread throughout the star system. The light screen didn't have any ability to resist and began to collapse layer by layer. More than 90 million, 80 million, 60 million, 30 million. It was as if the fist had struck the surface of the water. As it continued to collapse and disintegrate, the great formation that had been passed down from ancient times collapsed with a loud rumble. It continued to shatter, and in just a breath's time, the formation completely exploded. It was unable to stop the illusory fist from descending. The fist pierced through the light screen and shattered more than 90 million layers. The formation was torn apart, and countless fragments were pushed back, revealing the vortex formed by the dozens of planets. The vortex was hit by the fragments, and popping sounds echoed. Large amounts of cracks appeared on the dozens of planets, as if they were going to collapse. However, this wasn't the end. Wang Lin's God Tremble Punch was a heaven-shattering blow from a 7-star ancient god with the Ancient Order inheritance. The light screen was like a piece of paper that was blown apart by the punch. Not even 1/10 of the punch's power had been neutralized. A 7-star ancient god could battle a third-step cultivator with just the power of their bodies. How could this small planet Donglin resist? As a thunderous rumble echoed, the illusory fist collided with the vortex around planet Dongling. A thunderous rumble echoed, and the vortex was shattered by this punch. It directly exploded. The dozens of planets that formed the vortex trembled, and more than a dozen of them collapsed. Cracks appeared on the planets, and the edges of the planets showed signs of cracking. In an instant, the planets all shattered into pieces. The bodies and origin souls of the cultivators on the planets were torn apart. The powerful old men maintaining the formation couldn't escape this calamity. Their existences were erased, and they disintegrated along with the planets. Wang Lin's Phantom Punch, that was hundreds of thousands of feet large, charged into the vortex and smashed toward planet Donglin. As the fist moved forward, the remaining dozens of planets smashed toward it. However, the moment they touched the fist, they all collapsed. Seeing that Wang Lin's fist was about to land on planet Donglin, a mournful scream came from the Lu family cultivators in the northern part of planet Donglin. They all coughed out blood. Their blood entered the bodies of the dozens of old men in the middle, causing their bodies to swell up. In an instant, these dozens of old men were like balls of blood. Their clothes were torn open, and large amounts of blood vessels could be seen under their skin. Sacrifice the blood shadow, condense the formation spirit. As the roars echoed, the dozens of old men exploded and turned into a large amount of blood mist that gathered at the center. Bloodlight shot into the sky, and a roar came from within the blood mist. Shortly after, a blood shadow charged out and charged into the sky. The blood shadow's body was blurry, and it was impossible to see its appearance clearly. However, the aura of a restriction came from its body like crazy. At this moment, the northern part of planet Donglin was dark, and all the light was replaced by a giant fist. It was Wang Lin's fist, and it had already descended on planet Donglin. Under the fist, the blood shadow charged straight at the fist. In an instant, the blood shadow closed in and let out a heaven-shaking scream. It collided with Wang Lin's punch. The violent sound echoed across planet Donglin and couldn't be stopped. It passed by Wang Lin and spread across the entire eastern part of the Luo Tian planet. However, before the sound dissipated, the blood shadow exploded into a rain of blood that fell from the sky. Before the blood rain could fall, Wang Lin's punch was even faster than the blood rain. It descended from the sky and smashed into the northern part of planet Donglin. The entire planet Donglin trembled, and the northern part of the planet collapsed layer by layer. The nearly 10,000 cultivators on the ground all died, and a giant pit hundreds of thousands of feet wide appeared. The sky was so big that it reached 60% of the bottom of planet Donglin. The pit was pitch black and gave off a thick stench of blood. Planet Donglin didn't explode from the violent tremors, but it caused an even more powerful tsunami. The seawater was shaken off the ground and rose into the air. A large portion of it fell into the pit in the north, and the rest fell like rain on planet Donglin. Soon, the sinkhole created by Wang Lin's punch was filled with seawater. Looking down from the sky, the surroundings of the sinkhole were very clear. It was as if a mortal had punched mud. It looked exactly the same as a mortal punching mud. 8 breaths. From the moment Wang Lin threw that punch, the formation collapsed, all the small planets exploded, and the Lu family in the northern part of planet Donglin was buried. A giant crater appeared on the ground. All of this happened in just 8 breaths of time. Master Lu Fu suddenly stood up from the vortex, and his eyes were filled with shock. He found that he had made a huge mistake in his analysis of Wang Lin. He hasn't even reached the 3rd step, but just the power of one punch is already so terrifying. 8 breaths. 8 breaths. Master Lu Fu gasped. He immediately overturned the judgment he had made when he saw the rain sword. In his heart, he had raised Wang Lin's position to the same level as his own. The eruption of 4 breaths was just for everyone to enjoy. Chapter 1485. The entire planet Donglin was covered in the ocean rain. The rainwater fell from the sky and formed rivers that slowly spread out. The power of one punch caused all the mountains on planet Donglin to shatter. The cracks on the ground became rivers for the sea water to flow in. The collapse of the northern region and the appearance of the sinkhole made the sea rain wet everything like the tears of Donglin. The ancient god's punch didn't just shake the earth, it also shook the hearts of the people. The nearly 10,000 cultivators of the Sioux clan in the south were completely shaken. Their eyes filled with unprecedented terror and hopelessness as they stared in shock. They were all stunned, including the Sioux family's family head and many elders. What kind of cultivation level is this? Even the ancient formation can't stop it. All the cultivation planets collapsed, and even planet Donglin, which has existed for countless years, was shaken by this punch. This punch had exceeded their imagination, or it could be said that it shouldn't exist in this world. This was already within the realm of a third-step cultivator. In the eastern part of the Liu family, the groups of nearly 10,000 cultivators also witnessed the scene of the Liu family being destroyed as the ground trembled. All of them silently pondered, can planet Donglin withstand another punch like this? In the far west of planet Dongling, all the members of the Xiang family stood outside of their ancestors' closed-door cultivation site. They stared at the sky in a daze and allowed the rain to fall on their bodies. Terror that shook their souls appeared in their hearts. Xiang Yundong's face was filled with bitterness as he stared at all of this, unable to say a word. What happened just now was simply too shocking and beyond everyone's imagination. Facing such a powerful existence, how could they resist? How could they stop it? In the Eastern Liu family, the nearly 10,000 cultivators all looked west along with the gazes of the family head and elders. It was the same with the Sioux clan in the south. All eyes were focused on the far west, including the members of the Xiang clan. It was hard to say who was the first to look in the direction of the patriarch's secluded meditation facilities, but soon all of the members of the Xiang clan were looking over. They were waiting for the words of the patriarch to fight or to surrender. However, they didn't hear any words from the patriarch of the Far West clan. Instead, a figure in snow-white robes appeared in the rain. Planet Donglin lost all of its defenses to Wang Lin. He slowly walked up into the sky, and his gaze was like lightning as it coldly swept toward the far west. "Why don't you get out of that coffin?" Wang Lin said calmly. His words did not contain the power of thunder, but they were clearly heard by all of the cultivators down below. His simple words caused all of the cultivators present to feel an incredible pressure. "Fight to the death." A hoarse roar echoed out from the secluded meditation grounds of the Xiang clan's patriarch in the far west. This voice was filled with endless terror and madness. As soon as he said this, the eyes of all the members of the Xiang clan turned bloodshot, and they roared as they shot into the air toward Wang Lin. Their expressions were filled with madness, as if their minds had been wiped away by that one sentence, leaving behind only reckless killing intent. There was also the Sioux family in the south. The nearly 10,000 cultivators went crazy and flew into the air as if they had lost their minds. As for the Liu family in the east, the nearly 10,000 cultivators quickly used their giant magic treasures. In an instant, monstrous light shot out like silver snakes toward Wang Lin. At the same time, after the Liu family members used their treasures, they all sat down cross-legged. Their hands formed seals, and the sound of incantations started buzzing. Blood sunflower spell. The roars of nearly 10,000 cultivators turned into a loud sound that rushed into the sky. Then, a strange floral fragrance spread out from the bodies of nearly 10,000 cultivators. As the fragrance of the flowers appeared, a huge yellow sunflower suddenly appeared on the ground. The sunflowers suddenly turned golden, but the center was pitch black. Countless particles could be vaguely seen, like seeds. However, under Wang Lin's gaze, he could clearly see that these grains were the heads of the nearly 10,000 cultivators. At this moment, as the chanting became more and more intense, lines of blood appeared on the necks of the nearly 10,000 cultivators. In an instant, the lines of blood flashed, and the 10,000 heads were cut off. Large amounts of blood sprayed out and fused with the chanting to form a heaven-shaking force. The giant sunflower that was hundreds of thousands of feet large suddenly erupted with a strange golden and bloody light. It charged out from the ground and closed in on Wang Lin. From afar, it looked like a pillar of light hundreds of thousands of feet wide had erupted from the ground and was charging at Wang Lin. A power that could destroy heaven and earth rapidly spread out from the pillar of light. A faint, headless figure appeared within the pillar of light. This figure was clad in armor and held a long spear in its hand as it dashed through the pillar of light. This power had exceeded the limit of a fifth heaven's blight cultivator and was infinitely close to the Joss flame spell of a third step cultivator. It could even be said that the aura inside the pillar of light was infinitely comparable to the attack of an early-stage nirvana void cultivator. All of this was because of the headless figure inside the pillar of light. Wang Lin suddenly turned around, and his gaze swept by like lightning. The moment the pillar of light closed in, he saw the headless figure inside. The pillar of light was too fast and was less than 30 feet from Wang Lin. It seemed like it wasn't going to give Wang Lin any chance to dodge. Wang Lin didn't intend to dodge. His eyes lit up and he raised his right hand. As the pillar of light closed in, he pressed down. A thunderous rumble echoed across planet Dongling and spread out in all directions. The pillar of light collided with the right hand. The tip of the long spear in the hand of the headless person collided with Wang Lin's palm. Thunderous rumbles echoed, and Wang Lin's white hair was blown back by the wind. His clothes were pulled back as if they were going to be torn from his body. However, Wang Lin's body didn't move at all. Even his expression didn't change at all. With just one palm, he had blocked the attack that was close to the power of a third-step Nirvana Void cultivator. As the thunderous rumbles echoed, the world seemed to be torn apart. A giant gully appeared on the earth below Wang Lin. This gully continued to extend, and in an instant, it penetrated the earth of planet Dongling. This caused the eastern part of planet Dongling to be split apart. If one looked from afar, they would clearly see that the eastern part of planet Dongling, which had almost been pierced, split open. A powerful force pushed the eastern part of planet Dongling away, like a giant fragment of a planet. It carried the corpses of the cultivators that had died to the Bloodflower spell and flew away. Planet Dongling suddenly became incomplete and began to collapse on a large scale. The pillar of light disappeared, and the headless figure also dissipated. Wang Lin didn't retreat even half a step. Only when the pillar of light disappeared did he slowly withdraw his right hand. Such a spell, destroying it, is a pity. When the pillar of light dissipated and the eastern part of planet Dongling was split open, the Xiang family ancestors' order to fight to the death caused all the cultivators on planet Dongling to go crazy. They all charged at Wang Lin. Their eyes were red, as if they wouldn't give up until they killed Wang Lin. Wang Lin, have killed many people in my life. I don't mind killing people, although I don't know why you sent them to their deaths. I can fulfill your wish. Wang Lin's expression was calm as he faced the tens of thousands of cultivators charging at him. He raised his right hand and gently waved. The moment he waved, a 9-colored flame appeared in Wang Lin's left eye. With a wave of his right hand, the 9-colored flame swept across the world. Ethereal fire cultivators were good at group battles. With a wave of his hand, ethereal fire burst out from the bodies of the cultivators that were closing in. They let out miserable screams as they were turned into black ashes. No one was an exception. In a flash, Wang Lin was like a burning candle, and these crazed cultivators were like moths that died to the fire. As the sea of fire spread out, The rain on planet Dongling turned into white gas and covered the sky. Wang Lin walked toward the far west, toward the place where the Xiang family ancestor had forcibly taken his life force, the place where the Xiang family ancestor had gone into closed-door cultivation. As Wang Lin moved forward, miserable screams echoed across the planet. All the cultivators that got close were burned to ashes. No one could stop Wang Lin. As he closed in, Wang Lin stepped into the far west. Before him was the ravine that extended to the Xiang family ancestor's coffin. Wang Lin stepped forward and entered the gully. Just as Wang Lin entered, a roar came from the yellow coffin, and a large amount of yellow, viscous liquid sprayed out from the coffin. It formed a wave of liquid that shot toward Wang Lin. A rotting stench and dense death aura formed a storm that closed in on Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression was still calm. As the storm closed in, he waved his sleeves, and the storm collapsed. The yellow liquid splattered everywhere and sizzled when it landed on the surrounding rocks. At the same time, the withered right hand that was grabbing onto the wooden plank next to it fiercely exerted force, and a hoarse voice that was filled with heavy panting came out from the coffin. The ancient decree says that whoever destroys planet Dongling will be punished for 9 generations. As the voice echoed, the terrifying body of the Xiang family ancestor struggled to sit up from the coffin. Chapter 1486. His skinny body was covered in rotting flesh, and his entire body seemed to have no skin, leaving only faintly blackened flesh. He no longer looked like a human, but more like a corpse that had been dead for countless years and had yet to completely rot. On the Xiang family patriarch's body, there were still veins and blood vessels squirming in his flesh, as if they were struggling to survive. Only a fist-sized dark red heart could be seen at his chest, which was connected to his heart by a large number of blood vessels. This heart was beating, but what it gave off wasn't vitality, but a powerful death aura. His blood-red eyes stared at Wang Lin. His eyes were filled with anger and a trace of fear that couldn't be hidden. A powerful aura of a fifth heaven's blight cultivator spread out from the Xiang family ancestor's body and formed a giant cyclone around him. This cyclone contained the death aura and countless ghostly wails. It was as if the cyclone contained countless mournful souls that were roaring at Wang Lin. However, before Wang Lin, even though the old man had erupted with his fifth heaven's blight cultivation, he was still too weak to withstand a single blow. Ignoring the death vortex formed by the Xiang family ancestor's fifth heaven's blight cultivation, Wang Lin descended from the gully and entered the vortex created by the Xiang family ancestor. The moment he entered, the cyclone was pushed back as if it didn't dare to get close to Wang Lin and was being forcefully pushed away. Seeing Wang Lin close in, the fear in the Xiang family ancestor's eyes became even stronger. He pointed at his heart, and a roar came from his mouth. With a point of his finger, the death aura around the Xiang family ancestor suddenly reversed. He had used the Qi Shi spell. He was using the Qi Shi spell to forcibly turn the death aura into vitality. His rotting body was rapidly recovering. However, before he could use the Qi Shi spell, Wang Lin was less than 30 feet from the Xiang family ancestor. The moment he closed in, Wang Lin casually pointed forward. Popping sounds echoed as the Xiang family ancestor's arms collapsed into a pile of rotten flesh. Intense pain filled his body, and he quickly retreated away from the coffin. However, before he could retreat a few dozen feet, he pointed a second time under Wang Lin's cold gaze. All of this happened in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the Xiang family ancestor's body that had lost all 4 limbs was grabbed by Wang Lin. All of this happened in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the Xiang family ancestor's body that had lost all 4 limbs was grabbed by Wang Lin. Wang Lin didn't waste any time asking questions. The origin energy inside his body surged, and he used the soul search spell to find the answer he wanted to know. You dare to kill me. My Xiang family is a branch of the ancient Donglin family, and the old man is a branch family member of the Donglin family. Old man Donglin Tai, you dare to kill me. The Xiang family ancestors' eyes were filled with fear and madness. The moment Wang Lin began to search his soul, he let out a shrill roar. You destroyed planet Donglin and slaughtered tens of thousands of people on this planet. Your actions have violated the edict of the Donglin family. You will die a horrible death. Not only will you die, but all your friends and family will die as well. You dare to kill me? Noisy. Wang Lin's expression was calm. The moment he spoke, a powerful force rushed into the Xiang family ancestor's body. His body collapsed, and he was knocked back. The only thing in Wang Lin's hand was the Xiang family ancestor's head, and he continued to search his soul. However, just at this moment, Wang Lin's eyes lit up. As he continued to search the soul of the Xiang family ancestor, he looked up at the sky outside the ravine. Rays of golden light suddenly appeared in the sky and rapidly spread in all directions. In the blink of an eye, a golden door appeared in the sky. There were two ancient words on the golden door. These two words were a family name. It was a family name that had existed in the Luo Tian star system for far too long. It had existed even before the 4-star systems were won. Donglin. The moment the door appeared, a powerful pressure spread out from it. The door slowly opened under Wang Lin's gaze. As it opened, a golden light rushed out, and a giant golden figure tens of thousands of feet tall stepped out from the door. This figure was golden, and at a glance, it was a golden armored giant. Its body was extremely solid, as if it really existed. You destroyed planet Donglin and committed the crime of death by 1,000 cuts. You slaughtered the cultivators of this planet and committed the crime of destroying your soul. You injured members of my Donglin family and committed a monstrous crime. These 3 crimes combined will result in the death of your entire family. As the golden-armored giant roared, the golden-armored giant raised his right hand. There was a flash of golden light, and a giant sword 10,000 feet long appeared. It smashed down on Wang Lin, who was in the gully. If I want to kill, then I want to kill. Why are you so long-winded? Today, Wang will kill anyone who dares to stop him. Wang Lin's right hand squeezed, and the Xiang family ancestor's head exploded. Wang Lin jumped into the air, and as the golden sword descended, he raised his right hand and pressed down. This finger contained Wang Lin's ancient Tao power, his cultivation, and his thunder and fire essence. It collided with the golden sword. There was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes. The moment his finger landed, there was a flash of bloodlight, and the blood sword flew out. The moment the golden sword collided with Wang Lin's finger, it trembled violently and collapsed into pieces. Even the golden-armored giant's body trembled, and he quickly retreated. Just at this moment, the blood sword closed in and pierced through the golden-armored giant's body. Thunderous rumbles rang out, and the golden light on the golden-armored giant's body seemed to explode. It collapsed along with the sword, and the entire world was filled with golden light. As the giant collapsed, an old man wearing a golden robe appeared in the sky below the giant gate. The old man's face was slightly pale, and he coughed out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were filled with shock. Wang Lin's finger and sword had broken his god illusion and forced him to reveal his true body. Wang Lin's expression was calm as he flew out from the gully and looked at the golden-robed old man. This golden-robed old man's cultivation had surpassed the 5th heaven's blight. Just like a steamed ling dong, he was half a step into the 3rd step. I've killed enough today. Wang is going to leave, and you want to stop me? Wang Lin waved his sleeves, and his white hair fluttered. The aura of a grandmaster spread out from his body, and he slowly spoke. The golden-robed old man revealed a complicated expression as he stared at Wang Lin. After a long time, he clasped his hands and said, "Your cultivation is unfathomable, so this old man can't stop you. However, you have killed members of planet Donglin and destroyed planet Donglin. You have violated the laws of my Donglin clan. This old man will report this matter to the clan, and the elders will make a decision." Wang Lin's expression was calm. If the cultivators of planet Donglin hadn't stopped him, he wouldn't have killed them. Was he going to let them attack and not fight back just because they wanted to stop him? That was absurd. If people don't offend me, I won't offend them. Do your best. Wang Lin's cold gaze swept past the old man. He didn't speak to him, but looked at the half-open golden gate behind him. He turned around and stepped into space. In a flash, ripples echoed, and Wang Lin's figure disappeared. After he left, the golden-robed old man could no longer suppress the injuries in his body and coughed out blood. His chest was covered in blood. The old man's face was extremely pale. He was seriously injured by Wang Lin's finger and sword attack and was on the verge of death. Thinking about it now, his heart still palpitated. A sigh came from behind the old man. As the light twisted, a person walked out from the gate. This person was also wearing a golden robe and was a middle-aged man. Why didn't you attack? The golden-robed old man pressed his chest and looked at the middle-aged man behind him. Before the ancestor went into closed-door cultivation, he said that if planet Donglin is destroyed, my Donglin clan will appear. This will be a calamity for my clan. This person found me and gave me a warning. He is not simple. The middle-aged man shook his head and looked at the direction Wang Lin had left. Our cultivation levels are about the same, and neither of us has truly entered the third step. Even if I attacked, I wouldn't be able to stop this person. However, my cultivation method is strange, and I can feel auras that you can't. I can feel the auras of 2 third-step cultivators on him. In that brief battle with you, I'm afraid he only used a small portion of his true strength. How can I fight him? Let's go. There are very few members of my clan left. Right now, only the 2 of us have awakened. As the middle-aged man spoke, his expression suddenly changed, and he and the golden-robed old man looked behind them. They saw a shocking aura come out from the half-open gate. Both of their eyes were filled with joy. Without hesitation, they stepped into the gate and disappeared. Only the golden gate remained unmoving between the heavens and the earth. On the other side of the gate was a world of ice. It was another world, but everything was frozen. Even the clouds in the sky had turned into ice clouds. The floating continents were like ice sculptures, and the huge icicles hung down like sharp swords. There was a woman sitting cross-legged on one of the frozen rocks in the center. She was extremely beautiful, but she was filled with coldness. Her body was frozen along with the rock she was on, but at this moment, her eyes were wide open. The moment she opened her eyes, stars began to appear between her eyebrows and slowly rotated. The aura of an ancient god spread out. The 2 golden-robed cultivators stepped into the frozen world and rushed over. They respectfully stood on the continent the woman was on. The 2 of them suppressed the excitement on their faces and said in unison, "Welcome back, divine elder." Chapter 1487. This woman was even more beautiful than Mu Bingmei. Even if she didn't smile, she could make any cultivator's heart palpitate. There was also a sense of heroism in her eyes, making her look very different from ordinary women. She had a different kind of charm to her. As she slowly opened her eyes, it was as if there were stars in her eyes. It would make people lose themselves in them and be unable to extricate themselves. Cracking sounds echoed in the frozen, shattered stone continent, and the ice cracked inch by inch. In the end, all the ice on the shattered stone continent shattered into pieces and shot out in all directions. The woman took a deep breath, and the ancient god stars between her eyebrows rotated even faster. Powerful ancient god power came from between her eyebrows and entered her body. After a long time, the woman's eyes shined, and her seemingly delicate right hand mercilessly clenched. A thunderous rumble came from her palm and shook the surrounding area. As she clenched her fist, the stars between her eyebrows stopped rotating, revealing the 7 purple stars inside. 7-star ancient god. 7-star female ancient god. As this female ancient god's identity was revealed, everything seemed to have a clear answer. Why was Muzi ordered to go to the Moongazer Serpent? Why Wang Lin's vitality had been sucked away by the Xiong family ancestor on planet Donglin? The vitality that was sucked away was the vitality of an ancient god. Although Wang Lin didn't know all of this, as he moved through the Luo Tian star system, he understood a majority of it. In the memories of the Xiong family ancestor, he had sucked away Wang Lin's vitality for his own selfish desire. It was related to his cultivation method, and he had no intention of letting Wang Lin leave alive. In truth, the moment Wang Lin entered planet Donglin, the Xiong family ancestor felt a trace of resentment from the Xiong family in Wang Lin. When the Xiong family ancestor sensed this resentment, he knew which family member it belonged to. Even without this resentment, the Xiong family ancestor would have still sucked away Wang Lin's vitality. Although Wang Lin hadn't fused with his original body, the vitality he had released through his soul was enough to tempt the Xiong family ancestor. However, just as he sucked away the vitality and was about to kill Wang Lin, someone from the ancient Donglin family sent out a divine sense message. The Xiong family ancestor didn't dare to disobey, so he gave up on killing Wang Lin. Following the divine sense's request, he absorbed endless ancient god vitality from Wang Lin's original body. Wang Lin had learned all of this after searching his soul. With his intelligence, he couldn't help but guess some things after thinking about what Imuzi had done. The ancient Donglin family. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he looked back into the distance. This family has an ancient god. I just don't know if this ancient god is an ancient existence or if he inherited it like I did back then. Wang Lin withdrew his gaze and slowly walked forward. My warning has been conveyed. Don't provoke me. Of the 4 things I need to do, 2 have been completed. Now it's time for the 3rd, the Yao family's blood god. Wang Lin's expression was calm, but the killing intent in his eyes hadn't dissipated. That blood god chased me back then. If it wasn't for senior brother Shimizu, my avatar would have been destroyed. How could I forget that? That blood god seems to have an ancient demon inside his body. My ancient demon avatar urgently needs ancient demon power. Also, although I didn't promise that Yao family girl back then, I made a promise in her dream and left behind karma. Now it's time for me to end this karma. Wang Lin's figure gradually disappeared. Planet Donglin was in ruins. The Xiong family and all the branch families had collapsed. The intense rumble that echoed across the Luo Tian continent was quickly heard by all the Luo Tian cultivators. Planet Donglin was the most ominous planet in the Luo Tian star system. Its collapse and destruction was enough to set off a heaven-shaking event for the Luo Tian cultivators. At this moment, there was a group of about 100 cultivators in the southern part of the Luo Tian star system. They were silently moving forward, and there was a female cultivator among them. This female cultivator was no longer young. She looked like a middle-aged woman. Her face carried the marks of time as she silently moved forward. Although she looked middle-aged, it was still possible to tell that she was a beautiful person when she was young. There was still a bit of charm left in her. All of this was on the premise that she didn't have so many shocking scars on her face. These scars covered everything. The dark red scars intersected with each other on her face, which should have been beautiful. They were like ravines, and as her flesh was torn open, only ferociousness and terror were left behind. Anyone who looked at her would feel disgust and wouldn't want to get too close to her. These scars were not something that could be removed by ordinary spells. They had been left behind by her over a long period of time. They healed over and over again before being torn open again and again. They seemed to have been carved into her bones, carved into her origin soul, and became eternal. Her cultivation level wasn't high, only at the corporeal yang realm. There was a deep sense of exhaustion and confusion on her body. Her family had almost been wiped out during the war with the Alliance, and only a few people remained. Even the ancestor who loved her the most was seriously injured and died in the land of the ancient god in Suzaku's star system to save her. Her entire family collapsed. After the war, she was exhausted and seriously injured. She returned to the Luo Tian star system, but her family was split up and her family was gone. She was filled with grief, and tears flowed down her cheeks as she watched her family disappear. She left and silently cultivated by herself in the Luo Tian star system. She became a person without a home. A woman trying to survive in the chaotic Luo Tian star system after the war was very difficult. Although she still had some family friends, what was the use? At that time, she was still young and extremely beautiful. There were many people who coveted her beauty, and even more people who promised her cultivation. It was very difficult for a weak woman to survive without humiliation. Her beauty, in particular, would attract a lot of covetous eyes. Just like Defiant of the Origin sect in the Cloud Sea, she was even more decisive than Defiant in the Luo-Tian star system. She personally destroyed her beautiful face and cut off all the eyes that coveted her. Beauties had a short life, but if one's face was ruined and ugly, perhaps they would no longer have a short life. She didn't forget her wish from back then. She wanted to be like the ancestor and become a powerful female cultivator. She wanted to stand tall in the Luo-Tian star system and have her own world. However, this wish was getting further and further away from her. In her heart, if it wasn't for that figure, she would have already become someone else's cultivation furnace. She would have used her body to exchange for the right to continue cultivating and protection. However, the existence of that figure made it impossible for her to do such a humiliating thing. She didn't want herself to sink. Although that person had long forgotten her existence and didn't even remember her name, she still remembered. She couldn't forget that figure that wasn't tall in the Thunder Celestial realm. He led many cultivators to find a way out of the collapsed Celestial realm. She couldn't forget that figure and how he fought against the people of the Thunder Celestial Temple. She couldn't forget that figure that shocked the world and became the Thunder Celestial during the Celestial title competition. At that time, perhaps he didn't know that she was among the cultivators watching. Even if he didn't know that she was there, the joy in her heart when she saw that figure rise. During the past 800 years, whenever she thought back to the past, she would feel sad, but at the same time, the figure in her memories would give her the courage to continue struggling. The past was like smoke as images flashed through the woman's mind. Not long after, a cultivation planet filled with dense, spiritual energy appeared before them. This group of nearly 100 cultivators stopped outside the cultivation planet. The person in the lead was a middle-aged man. He had an arrogant expression as he looked at the cultivators behind him. When he looked at the woman, there was a hint of loathing on his face. Most cultivators cherished their fleshly bodies. Their fleshly bodies were practically the foundation of cultivation. Many cultivators would search for methods to preserve their fleshly body's vitality. Although they could not live forever, they would still search for ways to not age. After all, there weren't many people as ugly as this woman. Also, this woman was only at the corporeal yang stage and had no family behind her. She was just a wild cultivator that could be bullied at will. She Zifeng. Go use your origin soul to shake the trajectory of the planet. This middle-aged man was already at the mid-stage of Nirvana Scryer, and his words contained an unquestionable sense of majesty. He had known this woman a long time ago and was one of the people that peeped at her beauty. However, the more he did this, the more uncomfortable he felt when he saw her ugly appearance. To move a cultivation planet, one needed to use their origin soul to shake the trajectory of the planet. The moment the trajectory of the planet was changed, there would be a rebound force that would cause great damage to the origin soul. Shi Zifeng silently pondered, and her ferocious face turned slightly pale. A moment later, she respectfully clasped her hands and said in a hoarse voice, "Lord Messenger, I was the one to shake the trajectory of the previous 3 planets. My origin soul hasn't recovered yet. So can I." Before Shi Zifeng finished speaking, the middle-aged man frowned and let out a snort. Shi Zifeng's body trembled. She bit her lower lip and no longer spoke. She turned around and walked toward the cultivation planet. Behind her, some of the cultivators couldn't bear it and could only let out a sigh. Although the Shi family from 1,000 years ago wasn't a top family in the Luo-Tian, it was still very large. The direct descendant of the Shi family, the beautiful Shi Zifeng, is now like this. Fate makes fools of people. This Shi Zifeng is a rare, determined woman. Unfortunately, there is nothing to pity. Cultivation is a cruel thing. After the war, There are many people more miserable than her. Chapter 1488. Shi Zifeng bit her lower lip as she slowly flew toward the planet filled with spiritual energy. She closed her eyes, but there were no tears. Her tears had long dried up in the past 800 years. Her cultivation slowly cycled, and a gentle light spread out from her body. A sliver of her origin, soul, slowly floated out and turned into a divine sense. It flew toward the cultivation planet that had already been moved away. There were no mortals or cultivators left. In an instant, his divine sense seemed to connect with the cultivation planet. His face turned pale as he clenched his teeth, and his divine sense pulled out. A thunderous rumble came from the cultivation planet. The planet's slow rotation paused for a moment when the divine sense pulled on it. However, just as it paused, an indescribable force shot out toward Shi Zifeng's divine sense. Shi Zifeng coughed out a mouthful of blood. The strand of divine sense she had sent out couldn't withstand the rebound force, and was torn in half. Her face was deathly pale, and she retreated hundreds of feet. Her origin soul spread out once more and turned into another strand of divine sense that flew toward the planet and pulled once more. As the thunderous rumble echoed, the planet trembled violently and showed signs of changing its trajectory. However, the rebound force was even more intense than before. As the thunderous rumble echoed, Shi Zifeng's divine sense collapsed once more. This collapse caused Shi Zifeng's divine sense to disintegrate inch by inch. Her origin soul was seriously injured and was knocked back into her body. Shi Zifeng coughed out blood, and her body trembled as if she couldn't stand still. Her face was ashen, and even her eyes were dim. Useless trash. With a cold snort, the messenger of the Thunder Celestial Temple stepped forward and directly past Shi Zifeng. He waved his sleeves, and his divine sense charged toward the cultivation planet. With a roar, the cultivation planet trembled and slowly left the orbit it had rotated for countless years. The middle-aged man held onto the void as if he was holding onto the planet and shouted, "Planet shift." The nearly 100 cultivators didn't need his order. The moment he spoke, they charged forward. Silver threads shot out and connected with the cultivation planet. They formed a giant silver net that shrouded the planet and began to pull it back. There was only one old man who let out a sigh as he walked past Shi Zifeng. He took out a bottle of medicinal pills from his bag of holding and quickly handed it to Shi Zifeng. Fellow cultivator Shi Zi. He was the one who brought the old man out of the Thunder Celestial Realm. The old man said softly as he walked past Shi Zifeng. Shi Zifeng silently accepted the bottle, and her eyes were filled with gratitude. This bottle contained the Luo Tian's precious pills. After swallowing them, her healing speed would increase. Over the past 800 years, the help of the Shi family's friends wasn't as great as those that were brought out of the Thunder Celestial Realm by Wang Lin. If not for these people, Shi Zifeng's path of cultivation would have been even more difficult. What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and move the planet. Trash is trash. You have a beautiful face, yet you want to ruin it. If you had agreed to my request, how could you be here today? The middle-aged man from the Thunder Celestial Temple sneered. Lord Messenger, fellow cultivator Shi Zi has also joined the Thunder Celestial Temple. Although her cultivation level is low, her status is the same as ours. She has shaken many cultivation planets, and her injuries haven't healed yet. Why are you being so aggressive? Let her rest a bit. The old man that brought the medicine couldn't help but retort. The middle-aged man's eyes lit up, and he looked at the old man who spoke. This messenger doesn't need you to tell me what to do. The old man was only at the early stage of Nirvana Scryer, so when the middle-aged man stared at him, he immediately felt a powerful pressure. However, the old man clenched his teeth and sneered. You should know by now that fellow cultivator Shi Zi was in love with him. When he was here, did you dare to act like this? After he spoke, the middle-aged man's eyes revealed a ferocious gaze, and his mind trembled. He naturally knew who the middle-aged man was talking about. Back then, That person's aura during the celestial title competition made him, who was only at the corporeal yang stage, an existence he had to look up to. He didn't dare to show any disrespect before that person. In particular, during the battle against the Alliance star system, that person had completely risen and his name had spread across the two star systems of the Luo-Tian Alliance. Before that person, the middle-aged man felt like an ant. He has already left, and it's even possible that he is dead. Before the middle-aged man finished speaking, the old man sneered and interrupted him. What if he comes back? This sentence caused the middle-aged man to silently ponder. After a long time, he let out a cold snort and shouted, "Don't talk anymore. She's Zifeng, and you, quickly move the planet." The old man looked at the middle-aged man and no longer spoke. He joined the group of cultivators moving the planet. Shi Zifeng still silently pondered. She gave up on healing and silently walked forward. She clenched her teeth and split off a portion of her divine sense to move the planet along with everyone. The middle-aged man was at the front, and his expression was gloomy. He had been disturbed by the old man's words. What if he comes back? These words echoed in his ears and lingered for a long time. A group of nearly 100 people slowly flew forward as the cultivation planet rumbled. They gradually went further and further away. But not long after, a white-robed figure appeared in the starry sky before them. The white-robed figure's white hair fluttered in the wind as he slowly walked through the starry sky. He seemed to be moving very slowly, but in truth, every single step he took crossed an endless amount of space. In everyone's eyes, the white figure only flashed, in an almost suffocating feeling, as if a mountain was pressing down on them. In an instant, this feeling disappeared, and the white figure disappeared before everyone's eyes. All of this happened in an instant. It was so fast that no one could react. It was as if they were hallucinating. Everyone's bodies trembled, and their eyes were filled with terror. The middle-aged man at the front was startled for a moment, and his mind was filled with shock. But before they could recover from the shock, they clearly heard a soft sound that seemed to be coming from the starry sky. When this sound entered everyone's ears, it caused their minds to tremble once more. Their expressions changed greatly, and they all retreated. Shi Zifeng's body trembled. Although it was only a soft sound, when it entered her ears, it was as if the world was collapsing, and it caused her mind to tremble violently. She subconsciously wanted to raise her head, but she held it back. Instead, she lowered her head even more and retreated. She hid among the cultivators, and an indescribable emotion made it so that no one could see her from afar. As that soft sound of surprise echoed, the white-robed figure that had disappeared reappeared before everyone and swept his gaze toward them. No one could see his appearance under that gaze. It was as if the white-robed figure was like a sun that shined brightly, and no one dared to look at him. The middle-aged man at the front felt his mind rumble. His entire body seemed to stop under that gaze, and even his origin soul was suppressed deep inside his body. He didn't dare to move at all. It was as if that gaze was corporeal and had locked onto his neck and origin soul. With just one thought, his body would explode and his origin soul would be erased. This was an existence that surpassed their understanding. Say, Senior. The middle-aged man's cultivation level was the highest, but he was also the closest to the white-robed figure. At this moment, he lowered his head and his body went limp. He knelt down, and his voice trembled as if he wanted to say something. That white-robed figure was Wang Lin. Wang Lin originally didn't care about this group of cultivators, but in a flash, he seemed to sense someone among them. It was a woman he had met in the past, a woman who had fallen in love with him. If this woman was the same as before, Wang Lin wouldn't have stopped, but what he saw made Wang Lin's heart ache. Under his gaze, the group of cultivators before him had all disappeared, leaving only the woman who wanted to hide. She had her head lowered, but the hideous scars on her face could still be seen, and Wang Lin silently stood there. Shi Zifeng bit her lower lip. During these 800 years, she had thought that her tears had run dry and would never come again. But today, at this moment, two clear streams of tears fell from the corners of her eyes. They slid down her cheeks, but they didn't flow in a straight line. Instead, they flowed into the deep scars on her cheeks and changed their direction. She wanted to hide. She didn't want that person to see her. This was a very complicated emotion, and it was very different from how she was in the past. She would rather grow old alone until death came than let that person see her ugly face in this sorry state. More tears flowed down her cheeks. She lowered her head and subconsciously retreated to the ends of the earth, to the ends of the stars, to a place where no one could see her. She silently touched her memories and silently wiped away the tears she had forgotten. "She's Zifeng. I'm Wang Lin," Wang Lin softly said as he looked at the retreating middle-aged woman. He forgot which year, which month, and which day it was, but under that bright and beautiful face, there was a pretty face with a smile, looking at him from the crowd. That face that was slowly growing old, that face that was filled with sadness, looked at him. The moment she said his name, the nearly 100 cultivators all trembled violently, especially the middle-aged cultivator at the front. All the blood drained from his face, and it was as if his heart had stopped beating. Even his nascent soul collapsed because of that one word. Because of that name, his soul was torn into pieces, and his soul scattered. Wang Lin, a name that had once shaken the entire Luo Tian region. "I'm not Shi Zifeng. Senior, you've got the wrong person." The retreating woman's voice trembled as if she had nowhere else to go. She bit her lip and softly said, "I'm not Shi Zifeng. Senior, you've mistaken me." Chapter 1489. It was an indescribable emotion. Although Wang Lin didn't have a deep impression of Shi Zifeng, he wouldn't forget her. Just like in a person's life, there would always be people they liked, and there would always be people who liked them. He could say no to such a woman and let her go, but he couldn't forget her. Shi Zifeng's injuries were clearly visible to Wang Lin. These injuries were caused by her origin soul. After being injured many times, it had become a stubborn disease that was very difficult to heal. It was also obvious that she had just experienced another serious injury to her origin soul. How was she injured just now? Wang Lin's gaze swept past the cultivators before him and finally landed on an old man. This old man looked a bit familiar to Wang Lin. He vaguely remembered that this was one of the cultivators he took out of the Thunder Celestial Realm. The old man was stared at by Wang Lin, and his eyes were filled with excitement and fanaticism. Many of them were still grateful to Wang Lin. As Wang Lin's fame rose hundreds of years ago, these people became even more fanatical and respectful. "Benefactor." The old man's voice trembled as he clasped his hands at Wang Lin. The middle-aged man kneeling at the front trembled, and his origin soul trembled. His eyes were filled with despair, and he subconsciously turned to look at the old man. His eyes were filled with pleading, but this pleading collapsed when the old man said the next sentence. It was as if he could hear the sound of the destruction of heaven and earth rumbling in his mind. It's him. If it wasn't for him repeatedly making things difficult for fellow cultivator Shizi, her origin soul injury wouldn't be so serious. The old man pointed at the middle-aged man kneeling at the front. "Zhou Tsungyin, you're slandering me. As a messenger of the Thunder Celestial Temple, I have the right to demand that all of you obey my orders. You're talking nonsense and slandering me. What is the meaning of this?" Under this great fear, the middle-aged man suddenly felt a surge of strength. He quickly got up and retreated. His expression was anxious as he roared, "Senior, don't listen to this person's slanderous words. Everything Junior did was to help Luo Tian prepare for war. I didn't do anything to make things difficult for fellow cultivator Shizi like he said. Junior and fellow cultivator Shizi knew each other back then. How could I?" The middle-aged man quickly retreated 1,000 feet. Wang Lin looked at the retreating middle-aged man with the cold gaze he used to destroy the Xiang family on planet Donglin. With Wang Lin's intelligence, he immediately knew who was right and who was wrong. "Bullying a weak girl, you deserve to die." Wang Lin's eyes were filled with killing intent. The more Shi Zifeng retreated and lowered her head, the greater the impact on Wang Lin. After 800 years of time, people had changed. Last night, the beautiful woman had a dream, and the hazy appearance of the past and present gave Wang Lin the melancholy of the passing of time and the figure of an old friend gradually drifting away. Staring at the middle-aged man who was constantly retreating with monstrous fear, there was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes, and he slowly raised his right hand. "You can't kill me. I'm a messenger of the Thunder Celestial Temple. I'm under the order of the Thunder Celestial Temple to prepare for war. If you kill me now, you will become an enemy of the entire Thunder Celestial Temple and obstruct Luo Tian's preparations. Not only will you become an enemy of the entire Luo Tian, you will also become an enemy of the 4-star systems. My cultivation level isn't high, but I'm still part of the resistance against the outer realm. I want to fight for the inner realm. I want to dedicate all my strength to the inner realm. You can't kill me. Even if you want to kill me, give me a chance to fight against the outer realm and let me die on the battlefield." As the middle-aged man retreated, he roared out all the excuses and reasons he could think of in his life. When he was young, he was good with words and had always prided himself on his sharpness. At this moment of life and death, this skill completely erupted. "I have no regrets dying on the battlefield. I don't want to die because of a mistake made by the Luo Tian before I can burn my life. I'm wrong, but I don't deserve to die. If you must kill me, then please give me 100 years of lifespan so I can fight for the inner realm." If it was an ordinary cultivator, they would have been moved by this person's words and would have most likely let him go. These words were filled with righteousness and gave off the aura of someone who didn't fear death for the inner realm. In truth, this middle-aged man had obtained great benefits with his sharp words. Even his status as a messenger of the Thunder Celestial Temple had been obtained through his words. However, the person he encountered this time was Wang Lin. With Wang Lin's experience with schemes and cunning people, Wang Lin could tell at a glance that everything this person said was just empty words. He raised his right hand and gently swung it down. The middle-aged man who had retreated thousands of feet immediately let out a shrill scream. His body trembled, and as popping sounds echoed, blood sprayed out from all parts of his body. In the blink of an eye, he was covered in blood. "That bitch has bullied many people over the past hundreds of years. Why did you only kill me? If you really have the ability, then kill them all." After roaring those last words, the middle-aged man's body exploded with a boom. His body and soul were both destroyed, and he dissipated in the starry sky. Killing a Nirvana scryer cultivator was like crushing an ant. The surroundings were completely silent. Everyone, including the old man, was shocked, and their hearts beat like crazy. Although they had felt Wang Lin's strength, they still felt fear when they saw a Nirvana scryer cultivator dissipate with just a wave of his hand without being able to resist at all. Wang Lin's cold gaze swept past these cultivators, and he stepped forward. He was very fast and entered the group of cultivators. In a flash, he disappeared with Shi Zifeng. In the distance, a gentle light flew over and turned into a pill that floated in front of the old man. "Take this pill while in closed-door cultivation. Comprehend the fierce beast soul inside, and it can increase your cultivation level." The pill gave off a powerful fluctuation of origin energy. Just smelling it caused the old man's mind to relax. It was as if he had been cultivating for several months. In the Luo Tian star system, on a semi-abandoned cultivation planet, snow was falling from the sky. The snow covered the planet like a blanket. In the northern part of the planet, there was a mountain covered in snow. The world was completely silent. At the top of the mountain, Shi Zifeng had her head lowered and her face was pale. She had forced herself to stop her tears and silently pondered. Before her, Wang Lin looked at the woman before him with a complicated expression. He let out a sigh and gently waved his right hand. A gentle surge of origin energy entered her body and entered her origin soul. The origin energy cycled through her body and instantly healed her injuries. Shi Zifeng's body trembled, and she lowered her head even more. After the origin energy healed her, it didn't dissipate but charged toward her face. Crackling sounds echoed, and the hideous scars on Shi Zifeng's face Wounds that ordinary cultivators couldn't heal collapsed into pieces and were blown off her face by the wind. Shi Zifeng gradually revealed a pretty face as the fragments flew in the air. Aside from the traces of time, there was almost no difference from her appearance back then. Although the beautiful woman from back then was still a virgin, she gave off a sense of age and looked like a woman. Shi Zifeng raised her hand and touched her smooth face. Tears once again flowed down her face. 800 years ago, she had personally destroyed her face. She had never thought that 800 years later, the person in her memory would restore her appearance back to the way she used to be. Wang Lin looked at the snowflakes floating in the air and allowed them to land on his body as he slowly said, "In my life, I have only accepted 2 disciples. One is called Xie Qing, and the other is called Shi San. Are you willing to become my 3rd disciple?" Shi Zifeng's body trembled. While she remained silent, even more tears flowed down her face. Wang Lin didn't speak again and waited for her to make a choice. He was not a heartless person, but he was powerless to accept everything. He could stop himself from loving others, but there were some things in the world that he could not stop. He could not stop this woman from loving him 800 years ago, and he could not stop her from having feelings for him during these 800 years. Compared to Li Qianmei's decision to forget each other in the pugilistic world, Wang Lin couldn't do it to this weak and pitiful Shi Zifeng. He couldn't say those heartless words. There were many, many choices between men and women in the world. As time slowly passed, the snowflakes became thicker and thicker, falling in front of the 2 of them like a curtain of snow. Shi Zifeng's face revealed a gentle smile. For the first time, she raised her head and took a deep look at the figure standing behind the curtain of snow. It was as if she wanted to firmly engrave this figure in her heart, and the scenes of the past slowly overlapped with each other. She gently knelt on the ground. This kneel cut off the past from 800 years ago. With this kneel, a karma was resolved. Kneeling down made Shi Zifeng feel bitter, but at the same time, she felt relieved. She knelt on the snow and said in a low voice, "Disciple greet Master." The last 2 drops of tears flowed down her smooth cheeks and landed on the snow on the ground. They merged with the layers of white snow and formed a few deep tear holes. However, these tear holes were soon covered by the snow. Wang Lin softly said, "Come with me." Shi Zifeng got up and whispered, "Disciple's home is in the Luo Tan." Wang Lin silently pondered. After a long time, he waved his right hand, and a powerful surge of origin energy entered Shi Zifeng's body. While pushing her origin soul, he also split some of his comprehension into a limit that she could accept and cycled it through her body. Shi Zifeng's cultivation immediately broke through the corporeal yang stage and reached the nirvana scryer stage. However, this transfer of cultivation didn't end. It continued until Shi Zifeng's cultivation level reached the nirvana cleanser stage. Then it slowly stopped and turned into 3 seals to suppress Shi Zifeng's sudden increase in cultivation. This was to allow her to slowly understand and digest it. Even with Wang Lin's current cultivation level, it was very difficult for him to pass on his cultivation. Today, the 3rd watch will be delivered. Fight to the end and beg for monthly votes. Chapter 1490. The snow became heavier and heavier. After an unknown amount of time, Wang Lin withdrew his right hand and reached toward the sky. Countless snowflakes gathered to form a snowball. As the snowball continued to accumulate, it slowly became more solid. Looking at the snowball, Wang Lin bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of ancient god blood. The blood landed on the snowball and dyed it red. At the same time, it caused the snowball to fuse. As it melted, even more snowflakes arrived and soon turned into ice crystals. Wang Lin's right hand slapped the blood-colored ice crystal, causing it to stretch and turn into a longsword. A blood-colored longsword. At the same time, thunder flashed in Wang Lin's right eye, and the thunder tattoo appeared in his eye. A sliver of the G-realm thunder from the 9 accompanying thunders rushed out of his right eye and entered the blood sword, fusing perfectly with it. In an instant, a monstrous killing intent erupted from the blood sword. No one under the third step can withstand a chop from this sword. Since it's difficult for you to leave your homeland, I'll give this sword to you to protect yourself. If anyone dares to disrespect you in the future, you can cut them down with this sword. Wang Lin waved his right hand, and the blood sword flew toward Shi Zifeng. It instantly entered her body and became her life treasure. Teacher is going to help you do something. You still have a senior brother on planet Xingling. If you need help, you can take this sword to show yourself. Shi Zifeng. Wang Lin looked at the woman before him. The woman bit her lower lip and silently raised her head to look at Wang Lin. When their gazes met, there was a hidden emotion that had been buried for 800 years. Wang Lin silently pondered for a moment and took a profound look at the woman before him. He let out a sigh and turned around. He walked into the sky and went further and further away. Looking at Wang Lin's departing figure, Shi Zifeng thought of the Thunder Celestial Realm fragment that had broken through all barriers. She thought of the figure that led many cultivators out of the Thunder Celestial Realm. She saw the tall and straight figure that looked down on all the heroes during the immortal bestowal battle. She saw the man in snow-white robes slowly walking over. Snowflakes danced in the air, causing Shi Zifeng's vision to grow blurry. Perhaps this kind of ending is better. Shi Zifeng lowered her head. Among the stars, there was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes. When he was passing down his cultivation to Shi Zifeng, he had already scanned her memories. He didn't look at Shi Zifeng's private matters. Instead, he clearly remembered all the humiliation she had suffered in the past 800 years. The auras of every single person she had been humiliated were extremely engraved in Wang Lin's mind. I don't mind killing. I don't mind. There was a flash of killing intent in Wang Lin's eyes, and he disappeared. Planet Yundong, the home of the Zhao family. The Zhao family was the second largest family on the planet. Although it couldn't compare to a true inherited family, the Zhao family was extremely powerful in this star system. The current head of the Zhao family had a very high cultivation level, and he had contributed greatly during the war against the Alliance. Afterward, he was given pills, and now he was at the mid-stage of Nirvana Cleanser. On planet Yundong, he had a very high status and was respected by his family. His personality was extremely arrogant. However, very few people knew that 800 years ago, he was one of Shi Zifeng's pursuers. When the Shi family was in decline, he used forceful methods to capture Shi Zifeng and use her as a cultivation furnace. Although he was stopped by someone, it caused a deep injury to Shi Zifeng, who was facing the collapse of her family and was in despair. 800 years had passed, and the head of the Zhao family had long forgotten about this matter. At this moment, he was sitting in the main hall of the Zhao family, and below him, the members of the Zhao family were listening to him preach Tao. However, just as he finished his third sentence, a monstrous chill descended from the sky and enveloped the Zhao family's main hall. As all the clan members were in shock, a strand of sword qi whistled over. It was so fast that it had reached an unbelievable speed. It charged towards the Zhao family, towards the main hall, and towards the Zhao family patriarch, who was also in shock. Everything happened too fast. The sword energy charged into the head of the Zhao family like a bolt of lightning. With a bang, his body collapsed, and his origin soul was destroyed. Planet Tianmu Donglai family. The head elder of the Donglai family was known as the kindest person in the family. After he reached the peak of the Nirvana Cleanser stage 300 years ago, he grew a lot of strange flowers and plants in his yard to cultivate his mind. Only a few people knew that 800 years ago, as a friend of the Shi family, he had forced Shi Zifeng to give up the last magic treasure left by her ancestor and destroy her own face when he was not the great elder. At this moment, he was wearing a coarse robe and holding a watering can. He was watering the flowers like a mortal. Behind him stood 3 middle-aged men respectfully. Cultivation is like growing flowers. You need to comprehend nature and feel the changes in the world. Although the old man hasn't gone into closed-door cultivation for 300 years and has forgotten about the changes in his cultivation, it is because of this that he can truly comprehend the heavens. Head elder is correct. The three middle-aged men respectfully nodded. The old man revealed a smile. He naturally saw that the three of them didn't understand. He was about to continue, but at this moment, the entire planet trembled. The sky changed colors, and the clouds scattered. A ray of sword energy broke through the sky and descended from the stars. The sword energy was too fast. The moment the old man looked up, the sword energy closed in and rushed into his body. With a bang, the old man's body collapsed, and his existence dissipated. Only the watering can wasn't damaged at all and fell to the ground. Planet Vast Purple, Lu family. As one of the four great families in the southern part of the Luo-Tian continent, the young family head's cultivation level was very high. With his family backing him, few people dared to provoke him. At this moment, the young family head was in closed-door cultivation. He was naked and constantly moving on top of female cultivator. He was also letting out beast-like roars. The female cultivator below him was very beautiful, but at this moment, her face was pale and rapidly changing. In the blink of an eye, she rapidly aged until she was almost a skeleton. A moment later, the female cultivator let out a miserable scream and bled from her orifices. Next, the young man got up and didn't even look at her. There were cultivators next to him who carried the body away. They also brought over a confused female cultivator who had lost her mind. The young man grabbed the female cultivator with a gloomy expression and was about to use her to cultivate. However, just at this moment, a heaven-shaking roar came from the sky above planet Vast Purple. At first, this roar seemed to come from the horizon, but in an instant, it was deafening. The ceiling of the closed-door cultivation room suddenly exploded and rubble flew everywhere. The young man's eyes were filled with terror, and without hesitation, he placed the female cultivator in front of him. A ray of sword energy pierced through the female cultivator's body, but didn't cause any damage. Instead, it entered the young man behind the female cultivator and entered his body through his eyebrows. There was a thunderous bang as the young man's eyes widened and his body collapsed. The woman beside him was drenched in blood, and the confusion in her eyes dissipated. She became sober. Planet Water, Scattered Chin family. Planet Void Breaking Sun family. Planet Seeking Spiritually family. At the same time, rays of sword energy flew out from many other places. They broke through the protection of the cultivation planets and shot toward the people who had bullied Shi Zifeng. Among the stars, a group of nearly 100 cultivators were pulling 2 cultivation planets. The person leading them was an old man. This old man had a dignified expression and gave off a sense of might without being angry. The cultivators behind him all looked at him with respect. But just as these people were moving forward, a ray of sword energy arrived in front of them. Before they could react, the sword energy rushed into the old man's body, causing him to collapse and die. Similar scenes occurred in the Luo-Tian star system. Anyone who had offended Shi Zifeng in the past 800 years had died to the sword energy. The Thunder Celestial Temple was preparing for war. There was a large amount of Thunder Celestial Temple cultivators moving around the giant formation formed by hundreds of planets. They were setting up formations to connect the planets. Suddenly, 11 rays of sword chi appeared in the starry sky. They split up into 11 different directions and shot out. A thunderous boom sounded out as a gloomy middle-aged man who was setting up a formation was instantly pierced by the sword chi. He didn't even know what was happening before he collapsed and died. In the blink of an eye, 10 people collapsed and died in different parts of the planet formation. The last ray of sword energy whistled into the depths of the star formation. Outside the vortex, it stabbed into the body of an old man who was supporting the formation. The old man trembled, coughed out blood, and exploded. This sudden scene shook the entire planet formation and terrified all the cultivators of the Thunder Celestial Temple. He didn't kill one more person and didn't let one go. Wang Lin used his divine sense to release nearly 100 rays of sword energy that swept across the Luo Tian star system. This was the last thing he told Shi Zifeng he was going to do for her. As he stepped forward, Wang Lin's figure stepped out from the planet formation of the Thunder Celestial Temple. He looked at the vortex and the countless cultivators of the Thunder Celestial Temple in the depths of the formation. He didn't say a word as he slowly walked forward. His pace wasn't fast, but every step he took caused a thunderous rumble that echoed like thunder. As Wang Lin walked forward, the thunderous rumble spread in all directions. Countless Thunder Celestial Temple cultivators' faces turned pale, and they all retreated. They weren't like the people from planet Donglin who dared to fight to the death after their minds had been controlled. At this moment, they retreated like the tide. As Wang Lin moved forward, a thunderous roar came from the vortex at the center of the planet formation, from Master Luo Fu's mouth. He had just exploded the day before yesterday, and today he exploded again. His ears were powerful. He had to go all out to get the monthly votes. He didn't want to be suppressed. Chapter 1491. This roar was heaven-shaking and charged out from the vortex. It turned into an invisible wave that swept toward Wang Lin, causing Wang Lin to suddenly stop. The sound of the explosion spread out in all directions in an instant. This was the first time Master Lu Fu and Wang Lin were confronting each other head-on. Although neither of them had attacked, one wanted to move forward and the other wanted to stop Wang Lin from moving forward. They began their clash above the planet formation. This simple roar was formed by Master Lu Fu's cultivation and contained the power of a third-step early-stage Nirvana Void cultivator. As this roar echoed, space itself trembled as if it was going to collapse. Countless spatial rifts appeared and shot toward Wang Lin like sharp swords. It was as if a gust of wind had hit Wang Lin's face. This roar revealed Master Lu Fu's strength. If it was a fifth heaven's blight cultivator, their body would be torn apart and their origin soul would collapse. Even if they were at the third step and were at the early stage of Nirvana Void, they would be stopped by this roar and wouldn't be able to move forward. However, Wang Lin's cultivation hadn't reached the third step. He had reached the 7-star Ancient God stage with the Ancient Order inheritance. With his powerful 7-star Ancient God body, he could resist a third-step cultivator. The strength of his body had reached a terrifying degree. As Master Lu Fu roared, Wang Lin's eyes lit up. In this world, there is no roar that can compare to the roar of an ancient god, especially the roar of an ancient god. So what if you are at the third step? The ancient god stars between Wang Lin's eyebrows shined and rotated rapidly. As the 7 stars rotated, ancient god power filled Wang Lin's body. Then the ancient order head appeared behind him. The moment the head appeared, Wang Lin opened his mouth and let out a heaven-shaking roar at the vortex in the depths of the planet formation. Roar. This voice was like a roar that spread out like crazy and suppressed Master Lu Fu's roar. It turned into a monstrous sound that swept forward. Although it couldn't compare to the roar of the mysterious existence in the ancient tomb that had used Wang Lin's mouth to injure many third-step cultivators and force the sovereign back. At this moment, Wang Lin's ancient order roar contained some momentum. A thunderous roar echoed between Wang Lin and Master Lu Fu. It was as if two invisible people were attacking each other like crazy. As the roar echoed, the entire planet formation trembled and space itself collapsed. The countless cultivators that were retreating coughed out blood and retreated like crazy. Deep inside the vortex, Master Flames Park and company's faces were pale. They quickly cycled their origin energy. It was as if they didn't do this, they would collapse from this roar. Master Lu Fu's expression changed as he sat before Master Flames Park and company. He clearly felt an unimaginable impact closing in on him. It was going to disintegrate all resistance. His roar collapsed before the roar of the Ancient Order. Master Lu Fu's clothes fluttered and his hair fluttered. Although his expression changed, there was a flash of coldness in his eyes. However, under this cold gaze, there was shock that couldn't be hidden. He originally thought he had a clear understanding of Wang Lin's strength. Although Wang Lin had broken the formation in 8 breaths of time, he had a lot of treasures and spells. Although he was shocked, he wasn't afraid. In his view, Wang Lin was equal to him, and neither could do anything to the other. But now, his previous analysis was greatly shaken. The power of this roar contained an aura that made even him tremble. Faintly, he had a feeling that he couldn't resist it at all. It was as if what was about to rush and was not a cultivator or an ancient god, but an existence far beyond his understanding. Or rather, it was a terrifying being that should not exist in this world. This being was filled with a domineering aura that could fight against the heavens, and with this roar, it was released like crazy. Anyone who tried to stop him would have to pay the price. As the roar echoed, the vortex Master Lu Fu was originally rotated constantly, but at this moment, it showed signs of stopping. It was as if the vortex didn't dare to rotate due to this roar. Master Flamespark's face was pale, and the terror in his eyes occupied his mind. He stared dumbfoundedly at Wang Lin outside the vortex, but he couldn't overlap Wang Lin's figure with the person from back then. Even though he had already accepted the truth, the rest of his subconscious mind was still in disbelief. Li Yunzi's cultivation was the weakest, and he had been seriously injured back then. Although he had recovered, his cultivation hadn't progressed much. Although Master Lu Fu had resisted most of the power, just the lingering sound was enough to deafen him. He coughed out blood and retreated hundreds of feet before he finally stopped. His eyes were filled with fear, and just like Master Flamespark, his gaze penetrated the vortex and landed on Wang Lin. In his eyes, Wang Lin was so unfamiliar. The difference between him and the person in his memory was too great. To be able to reach this level of cultivation in these hundreds of years, could this person have comprehended all the battle scrolls in my Zhan family? Fortunately, I don't have too deep of a feud with him, and I even gave him the battle scrolls to comprehend. Otherwise, I fear not even Master Lu Fu would be able to stop him. He has become so strong. The fear in his eyes was the strongest. His scalp went numb, and he almost lost his wits. He knew that he had offended Wang Lin too deeply. Now that he had personally seen Wang Lin's figure and felt the power of that roar, he couldn't help but tremble. As the ancestor of the Yao family, as the Luo Tian blood god, he was extremely arrogant and rarely felt fear. However, right now, he was truly afraid. Wang Lin's strength terrified him and made him feel like he couldn't resist. When he saw even Master Lu Fu's expression change, he became even more desperate. However, there was still a trace of hope in his heart. Perhaps this Wang Lin didn't come here to find me, but for Master Lu Fu. He wants to battle Master Lu Fu, and in his eyes, I'm just an ant. I believe he won't make it too difficult for me. As the roar echoed, Wang Lin raised his foot and stepped forward. With every step, the thunder echoed once more. A powerful pressure spread out from his body and pressed down on the vortex before him. After we parted ways with Suzaku, fellow cultivator's progress has been great. This old man can't help but look at you in a different light. Master Lu Fu took a deep breath and didn't get up. He stared at Wang Lin, who was closing in on him, and slowly spoke. His voice spread out from the vortex and spread out in all directions. The battle with Rosefinch seems like it happened yesterday. Thinking about it, fellow cultivator Lu Fu's sword energy even shocked Wang. Wang Lin didn't stop moving. His words were calm as he moved forward. After he finished speaking, he looked at Master Flamespark and clasped his hands. Fellow cultivator Flamespark, I trust you have been well. I am passing by the Luo Tian to deal with some old matters. I hope you can forgive me. It wasn't that Wang Lin wanted to change the way he called Master Flamespark, but if he called Master Flamespark Sr., Master Flamespark wouldn't be able to bear it. However, just calling Wang Lin fellow cultivator made Master Flamespark feel bitter. At the same time, he couldn't help but feel a sense of glory he couldn't understand. He quickly got up and clasped his hands at Wang Lin. The Luo Tian star system is Senior's home, so there is no need to forgive me. Wang Lin faintly smiled and gradually walked toward the vortex. On planet Suzaku, the two of us work together so we could be considered friends. Today, fellow cultivator has arrived, and I should be happy to welcome you. However, why did fellow cultivator kill 11 people from my planet formation? Master Lu Fu's words became sharp and his eyes narrowed, revealing a hint of coldness. Wang Lin's expression was neutral as he pointed at Blood God and said, Wang has his own reasons for killing. There is no feud between us, and Wang has no intention of fighting you. I only want this person. Blood God's mind trembled and his face was completely pale. It was as if all his vitality had been taken away by Wang Lin's finger. Wang Lin stopped 1,000 feet away from the vortex. The other party was the Luo Tian ancestor, a powerful person who had fought against the Outer Realm. Also, the two of them had briefly worked together in Se. Although Wang Lin didn't care about his cultivation level, he still had to give him the respect of third-step cultivators. Master Lu Fu's expression was gloomy and there was hesitation in his eyes. Senior Master Lu Fu, only Junior can take you to that place. Blood God's pale face was filled with despair as he looked at Master Lu Fu. Just as he was about to speak, he was interrupted by Master Lu Fu. The old man has his own decision. Master Lu Fu stood up and clasped his hands at Wang Lin. He slowly said, Fellow cultivator Wang Lin, can you give the old man some face and let this person go? The old man owes you a favor. Wang Lin looked at Master Lu Fu and shook his head a moment later. This person is of great use to Wang. I hope fellow cultivator won't stop him. Master Lu Fu's expression was gloomy. Although he was cautious, his arrogance as a third-step cultivator was deep in his bones. Over the past tens of thousands of years, his position was extremely high, and no one dared to refute his words in the Luo Tian. At this moment, he thought he had lowered himself and owed Wang Lin a favor, so Wang Lin had to give him an explanation. However, Wang Lin's words didn't seem to care about his favor at all. As a result, a sneer appeared on Master Lu Fu's face. The old man wants to see what gives you the confidence to fight the old man inside the old man's star formation. Although your roar is powerful and your body is comparable to a third-step cultivator, the old man has been a third-step cultivator for tens of thousands of years. How can an arrogant person like you understand? Wang Lin's expression was calm, and his eyes became cold. He didn't move forward, but waved his right hand and coldly said, Don't talk nonsense. If you want to fight, then let's fight. Chapter 1492. Between third-step cultivators, if there was no enmity of life and death, if there was no killing intent, then mutual respect was necessary in a battle. After all, those who could become third-step cultivators were rare in the starry sky for countless years. Compared to the huge number of cultivators, they were far too few. Master Lu Fu had been famous for a long time and had no feud with Wang Lin. Although there was a confrontation due to Blood God, it was only a confrontation. Master Lu Fu wouldn't offend Wang Lin too much for Blood God. In his view, Wang Lin was no longer on par with him, but had a slight advantage. However, he believed that he had been at the third step for tens of thousands of years and was far more experienced than Wang Lin, so he wasn't afraid. Although Wang Lin hadn't reached the third step, his body was comparable to a third-step cultivator's. He had also encountered many third-step cultivators in the ancient star system, so Master Lu Fu was nothing in his eyes. Since Master Lu Fu was stubborn, Wang Lin didn't mind teaching him a lesson. After his ancient god body reached 7 stars, he hadn't fought a third-step cultivator since the battle with Tuo Senator. Now that he was facing Master Lu Fu, Wang Lin also wanted to fight. Master Lu Fu's eyes lit up, and he stared at the spot between Wang Lin's eyebrows. He clearly felt the monstrous battle intent coming from Wang Lin's body. His pupils shrank, and he immediately changed his mind. Fellow cultivator Wang Lin, if the two of us fight at full force, the Luo Tian star system won't be able to withstand it. Once the realm sealing formation is activated, it won't be worth it. The two of us will have a literary battle, and the winner will be decided in 3 rounds. If you win, the old man will personally deliver Blood God to you. But if the old man wins, you must quickly leave. From now on, without the old man's permission, you are not allowed to take half a step into the Luo Tian star system. Do you dare to have a literary battle with the old man? Master Lu Fu estimated that even if he fought with Wang Lin, it would most likely end in a draw. Once that happened, the battle would fall into a stalemate. If he wasn't careful, he could be injured. If he was injured, it would affect his future plans, and he would lose the chance to steal Joss Flames from the outer realm. He had to worry about this. A civil duel? Wang Lin had cultivated his entire life and had almost never fought with people. When he heard Master Lu Fu's words, his eyes revealed a strange light. The inner realm was not like the outer realm. If third-step cultivators used their spells to fight, it would cause the star system to collapse and reveal the realm's ceiling formation around the inner realm. Wang Lin knew this very well. That's right. Although there are very few third-step cultivators in the inner realm, there are still a few. We won't casually fight to the death. If we activate the realm ceiling formation, the gains won't make up for the losses. That was why they had agreed to a literary battle. The first battle was weapon forging. Using the materials on the ground to forge a magical treasure, they would use this magical treasure to start the first battle of words. If you're not good at refining weapons, you can also refine pills. You can even refine souls. The second battle is a battle of Tao. The last battle is a battle of spells. After 3 battles, we will decide who is stronger and leave some face for when we meet again in the future. Wang Lin smiled and looked at Master Lu Fu. He waved his sleeve and laughed. That's fine. If you want a literary battle, Wang can accompany you. When Master Lu Fu heard this, he let out a sigh of relief. When he saw Wang Lin's battle intent and the confidence in it, he had a bad feeling. He had always been cautious, and as the Luo Tian ancestor and a third-step cultivator, he couldn't afford to lose. That was why he had agreed to a literary battle. Now that he saw Wang Lin agree, he couldn't help but sneer in his heart. This person is young and hasn't cultivated for long. Although he has this level of cultivation, his other aspects are certainly not good. Master Lu Fu had been stuck at the early stage of Nirvana Void for tens of thousands of years. Due to the lack of Joss Flames, he hadn't been able to reach the mid-stage of Nirvana Void. During these tens of thousands of years, he had begun to explore refining, alchemy, and restrictions, so he was very confident. Master Lu Fu slowly said, "Fellow cultivator, please choose the item you want to refine for the first literary battle. The treasure is ready." Wang Lin looked meaningfully at Master Lu Fu. Master Lu Fu's expression was neutral, and he nodded slightly, but he sneered in his heart. His refining skills were much better than alchemy. Even his strongest treasure was something he had personally refined after obtaining a broken treasure. He didn't waste time talking nonsense with Wang Lin. He waved his sleeve, and the giant vortex around him rotated. It was as if endless fog had appeared and formed a storm. He flew out from the vortex and appeared above the planet formation. Behind him, the tens of thousands of cultivators of the Thunder Celestial Temple all looked over. Their eyes were filled with reverence. Master Lu Fu, the ancestor of the Luo Tian, even Master Flamespark and company inside the vortex were filled with respect. In their eyes, Master Lu Fu was the celestial god of the Luo Tian. At this moment, the tens of thousands of cultivators were extremely excited to be able to personally witness the ancestor in their hearts craft a weapon. The treasure the old man refines today will remain in the Thunder Celestial Temple and become the most valuable treasure of the Luo Tian Thunder Celestial Temple. In the battle against the Outer Realm, the Luo Tian Celestial ranking will be opened. The person who kills the most enemies within 3 months will obtain the treasure. Master Lu Fu's words slowly spread and entered the ears of the surrounding cultivators. The moment he finished speaking, a wave of sound spread out. The tens of thousands of cultivators were all excited, and their voices were like a wave of respect. Master Lu Fu was 1,000 feet away from Wang Lin on the planet formation. He raised his right hand, and starlight began to shine from all directions. In the blink of an eye, the entire star system seemed to be shrouded in starlight. At a glance, an extremely gorgeous scene appeared. Today, the old man will use the starlight of the Luo Tian as the root. Master Lu Fu raised his right hand and made a grabbing motion at the starlight that filled the starry sky. Suddenly, endless starlight gathered in his right hand. In the blink of an eye, a starlight shadow appeared. This starlight shadow was a tree. The tree was made of starlight and gave off a dazzling glow. At a glance, it looked like it was formed by countless cultivation planets. This tree was hundreds of thousands of feet tall and floated among the stars. I'll use the starlight of the Luo Tian as the body. Condense into this treasure. As Master Lu Fu's voice echoed, his left hand formed a seal and he waved his hand. The entire star system trembled. This tremble didn't just stop here, it spread across the entire Luo Tian star system. As countless ripples echoed, countless specks of dust that couldn't be seen by the naked eye were shaken out. The moment these specks of dust appeared, a powerful suction force swept them toward Master Lu Fu. It was as if there was a storm that covered the entire Luo Tian star system. As the rumbles echoed, the dust gathered from all directions and fused with the starlight tree. These specks of dust were, in fact, just like dust. As they fused with the starlight tree, it was no longer blurry and rapidly condensed. Wang Lin's expression was calm as he watched Master Lu Fu refine. Under his gaze, the starlight tree appeared in the blink of an eye, as if it was solid. With space as the soil, dust as the nutrients, and starlight as the soul, it was as if a heaven-piercing tree that had existed for countless years had appeared. A powerful aura spread out from the tree. As it shrouded the area, a powerful vitality spread out. This caused the tens of thousands of Thunder Celestial Temple cultivators behind Master Lu Fu to become spirited. The treasure already has the shape, but it lacks the essence. Although the old man is a member of the Luo Tian, he has received the grace of the Wind Celestial Realm and has comprehended the wind essence. Now let this treasure fuse with the old man's essence Tao. Master Lu Fu opened his arms and waved them. A gust of wind rushed out from his body and 9 wind vortexes appeared in his eyes. Every time the vortexes rotated, the wind from Master Lu Fu's body would become even stronger. In the blink of an eye, all the storms in the galaxy collapsed and were sucked into the storm. They formed a shocking force that charged at the tree. Wang Lin's expression was still calm as the wind swept by. Thunder and fire essences appeared in his eyes, but he didn't move at all. The gust of wind seemed to enter the tree, causing it to tremble as if it had awakened from a deep slumber. The aura of a pseudo-nirvana void treasure suddenly spread out. You have the essence, but you lack the bloodline. Since the old man is going to leave this with the Luo Tian and give it to someone else, then it is the treasure of the Luo Tian. The bloodline should also be the blood of a Luo Tian cultivator. Master Lu Fu's eyes lit up and his right hand pointed behind him. A gust of wind shot out toward the tens of thousands of cultivators behind him. The moment the gust of wind swept by them, a drop of blood condensed between their eyebrows. The blood flew with the wind and gathered before Master Lu Fu. Master Lu Fu bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of third-step blood. Then he waved his sleeves. Immediately, the blood in front of him rushed toward the tree and merged with it. At this instant, the feeling of a bloodline connection appeared in the minds of every cultivator behind him. After doing all of this, Master Lu Fu let out a roar and the wind vortexes in his eyes rotated rapidly. He raised his right hand and mercilessly slammed down. The last step, suppressed the star and turned it into a treasure. The tree that was hundreds of thousands of feet tall trembled and rapidly shrank. In the blink of an eye, the trunk shrank from hundreds of thousands of feet tall to 100 feet tall. A shocking aura erupted from within, causing space itself to tremble. This treasure shall be named the Luo Tian tree. What does fellow cultivator think? Master Lu Fu's eyes were filled with pride, and there was a hint of gratification in his eyes. He had used the Luo Tian as the root, the cultivator as the bloodline, the essence as the catalyst, and his cultivation to compress it. Although it wasn't the strongest, he was very satisfied to have refined it to this point in such a short period of time. In particular, although that mouthful of blood and essence made his heart ache, he was willing to give it his all for this one battle. Chapter 1493. The surroundings were completely silent. The tens of thousands of Luo Tian Thunder, celestial temple cultivators, all stared at the Luo Tian tree. They were excited, but there was no uproar. However, the desire in their hearts became even stronger in this silence. They wanted to obtain the treasure personally refined by Master Lu Fu, the Luo Tian tree. Even Li Yunzi and company were shaken and covered up the trace of desire in their hearts. Only Master Flames Park didn't care much about this treasure because he had the Thunder Celestial Realm. However, it was refined by Master Lu Fu, so its meaning was very different. In this silence, Master Lu Fu's voice slowly echoed. Wang Lin's gaze swept by the Luo Tian tree, and his pupil shrank. This tree wasn't much, but the blood of these tens of thousands of cultivators was like the finishing touch. This treasure was no longer a simple pseudo-nirvana void treasure. It contained a bloodline inheritance. And it was a bloodline inheritance from these tens of thousands of cultivators. These tens of thousands of cultivators came from various Luo Tian families. Almost all of the Luo Tian families were included. Their blood gathered together could be said to be the entire Luo Tian family. As long as one was a Luo Tian cultivator, they could control this treasure. Such a powerful bloodline inheritance was extremely rare. The Luo Tian tree had the starlight from the Luo Tian star system as its roots, and Master Lu Fu's blood and essences had catalyzed this treasure's refinement through time. If this was it, then this treasure could only be considered to have just been born. It lacked time and wasn't perfect. However, Master Lu Fu was indeed a genius. He had used the endless dust that had existed for an unknown amount of time to form this tree. As a result, this tree gave this treasure an ancient aura. What was even more shocking was that this treasure contained battle intent. This was the battle intent of all the Luo Tian cultivators to fight to the death against the outer realm. This treasure had no flaws. There was also a symbol on it. If Wang Lin destroyed this treasure, it would be the same as destroying this battle intent and going against the entire Luo Tian's aura. Master Lu Fu obviously saw this point, which was why he used it to force them. He revealed his tens of thousands of years of experience. Only third-step cultivators could refine such a magical treasure. Only they had the ability to refine it, and it was impossible for them to refine more than one in their lifetime. After a moment of silence, Wang Lin slowly said, "This treasure is of high quality." Master Lu Fu's laughter echoed across the starry sky. His expression was filled with pride and confidence. The moment Wang Lin spoke, the tens of thousands of cultivators cheered. Their gazes toward Master Lu Fu became even more fanatical. If Master Lu Fu gave the order, even if they had to go through a mountain of blades or a sea of fire, they would charge out without hesitation. Master Lu Fu looked at Wang Lin and slowly said, "The old man's treasure has been refined. I ask fellow cultivator to make a move and let the old man see what kind of treasure fellow cultivator will refine." The Luo Tian cultivators have enough battle intent, but it lacks a sense of killing intent. It lacks a sense of blood. Wang Lin raised his right hand and gently reached toward the planet formation formed by hundreds of planets. In an instant, a planet was grabbed by Wang Lin and collapsed into countless fragments. A drop of golden liquid flew out from the planet and floated before Wang Lin. The power of this grab shocked the the tens of thousands of cultivators in the distance. Even Master Lu Fu's eyes narrowed. He could do this as well, but Wang Lin's expression was extremely calm, as if this grab was insignificant to him. This was the main reason why Master Lu Fu's heart trembled. This person's physical body is strong to this degree. It doesn't seem much different from the ancient god Sizu. Thinking about the ancient god Tuo-san from Suzaku, Master Lu Fu's expression became extremely ugly. Looking at the drop of golden liquid before him, Wang Lin recalled the scene of ancient god Tu-Si refining treasures. The ancient god refining treasures was just like the seven-colored Taoist. They used cultivation planets as materials and created a huge commotion. He raised his right hand and waved at the planet formation. Thunderous rumbles echoed, and 8 planets collapsed once more. 8 drops of golden liquid flew toward Wang Lin. It floated in front of him and formed a circle, slowly rotating. This first drop of star liquid contains the endless killing intent of my Suzaku. Wang Lin's expression was calm as he pointed at the first drop of golden liquid. The moment his right hand touched the liquid, a monstrous killing intent erupted from Wang Lin's memories. The Tang family's Tower of Heads, the country of Zhao's blood flowing like a river, the sea of devils fighting to survive, the 100-day kill order, and all the past in Suzaku fused with the killing intent. The moment it entered the golden liquid, it turned bright red. A killing intent spread out and shrouded the area. The second drop of star liquid contains the countless souls I've killed in the Alliance star system. Wang Lin raised his right hand and landed on the second drop of golden liquid. As his memory moved, the golden liquid also changed color to bright red like blood. The killing intent became even stronger and shook the stars. In the Luo Tian star system, Wang also killed a lot of people. If there was a world, then the world would change colors and the sky would turn red. In the cloud sea, there is blood mist everywhere and hidden killing intent. The tens of thousands of Thunder Celestial Temple cultivators' faces turned pale. As the killing intent became even stronger, they retreated even more. They looked at Wang Lin with indescribable fear in their eyes. In the seven-colored realm, there is Dao fruit killing intent. The expressions of Master Flames Park and company changed. When Blood God felt the killing intent, he coughed out a mouthful of blood. Outer realm, ancient star system, celestial blood, devouring spell, slaughter, intent. The stars trembled and the blood light spread out. It made the planet formation look like a sea of blood that swept across the entire Luo Tian star system. Countless cultivators trembled under this killing intent. Scatter Thunder Clan, kill the entire clan. Countless mournful souls appeared and let out roars before their deaths. Their roars shook everyone's hearts and entered everyone's souls like rumbling thunder. Inside the tomb, the smell of blood. Master Lu Fu gasped, and his eyes were filled with terror. The killing intent coming from Wang Lin even made his heart tremble. Reporting to the Luo Tian star system, planet Dong Lin's collapse. Wang Lin's right hand pointed at them one by one. The killing intent from his life of slaughter caused the 9 drops of golden liquid to turn bright red. He suddenly raised his head, and his gaze pierced through the 100-foot Luo Tian tree to stare at Master Lu Fu. At this instant, Master Lu Fu's mind trembled. When Wang Lin looked at him, it was as if the monstrous killing intent had turned into swords that pierced toward him. This caused Master Lu Fu to subconsciously retreat a few steps. The 100-foot Luo Tian tree before him trembled as if it couldn't withstand it and was about to collapse. Compared to Wang's life, the Luo Tian cultivators lacked this killing intent of struggling against fate. Wang Lin waved his right hand, and the 9 drops of red liquid condensed into a blood crystal. This blood crystal contained Wang Lin's life of slaughter. After it formed, it turned into a ray of bloodlight and shot toward Master Lu Fu. Master Lu Fu's expression was extremely serious. When the blood crystal closed in, he seemed to see countless souls inside. These souls had all died to Wang Lin, and now that they had appeared, it was as if they had returned from the underworld and wanted to devour the world. The tens of thousands of cultivators behind him could also sense the terrifying killing intent within the blood crystal. Blood sprayed from their mouths, and they screamed as they retreated once more. It was as if they were in the exact same situation as the blood crystal. The vortex behind Master Lu Fu suddenly stopped. Blood God's face turned pale, and he continued to retreat. Li Yunzi's eyes were filled with fear, and he had to retreat. In his view, Master Lu Fu wasn't facing a single Wang Lin, but a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Master Flamespark silently pondered and looked at Wang Lin with a complicated expression. A life of slaughter energy crystal could force back tens of thousands of cultivators. This was Wang Lin. This treasure has no essence, no Wang Lin bloodline, no Luo Tian battle intent, no hidden schemes. It only has the killing intent of Wang Lin. Just this treasure is enough to destroy your Luo Tian tree. Master Lu Fu let out a roar as he retreated. He waved his hand to stop the blood crystal from closing in. His mind trembled and his eyes were filled with terror. He never thought that a person could have such killing intent. This was the first time he had encountered such a cultivator in his life. In his view, Wang Lin could no longer be called a cultivator. Behind Wang Lin was an endless sea of blood that could cover the entire inner realm. This kind of opponent made Master Lu Fu's scalp go numb. He didn't want to provoke Wang Lin and didn't even dare to provoke him. This treasure only contains killing intent. What right does it have to destroy the old man's Luo Tian tree? Master Lu Fu retreated a few steps and stared at Wang Lin. Based on the fact that I refined it, if I say it can be destroyed, then it must be destroyed. If you don't believe me, you can try. Wang Lin looked at Master Lu Fu and slowly said. His words were very light, but they revealed a powerful sense of confidence and domineeringness. Master Lu Fu's expression changed greatly as he stared at the blood crystal. He knew he had underestimated Wang Lin's mind. His little trick was to use the Luo Tian's battle intent to suppress Wang Lin. Destroying the tree would destroy the determination of the Luo Tian cultivators to fight against the outer realm. However, he didn't expect Wang Lin to not only see through it, but also use it to suppress him. Wang Lin might, as well, try and turn the situation around. If he really wanted to try, it would be a battle. After a long time, Master Lu Fu's voice was hoarse and he said, "Do you think the old man doesn't dare try?" Wang Lin didn't speak. He just coldly looked at Master Lu Fu. Time slowly passed. A moment later, Master Lu Fu clenched his fist and waved his sleeve. He shouted, "You in the first battle. Erupt. Today at dawn, the double monthly tickets will begin. Fellow cultivators, please help me in this battle." Recommending a book recommended by a friend. Evil Lord Mysterious Heaven. Author, Dark Mountain Sex Super Genius. Countless girls will bow to him. A super cool new fantasy book. The author The 9 Deaths Divine Art has reappeared. I believe everyone won't be disappointed. Chidian/book/1552844. ASPX. Chapter 1494. Master Lu Fu's expression was gloomy and his voice echoed across the stars. The second battle will be a battle of Tao. Do you dare to accept? A battle of words. Wang is tired of it. Wang Lin shook his head and his gaze moved away from Master Lu Fu to the pale and terrified blood god. Wang Lin slowly walked forward. He was going to go past Master Lu Fu and directly capture blood god. Master Lu Fu was already angry from the first round, and when he saw Wang Lin's action, he laughed in anger. He waved his hand, and the aura of an early-stage Nirvana Void cultivator erupted from his body. As he stood there, it was as if he was standing at the peak of the stars. His aura was like a storm, and as Master Lu Fu used his wind essence treasure, it shook the star system. The wind howled around him, and 9 wind dragons hundreds of thousands of feet long appeared and roared at the sky. The roars were heaven-shaking. It was as if an extreme storm had appeared across the entire Luo Tian star system. The wind howled and spread in all directions. Wang Lin, do you really think the old man doesn't dare to fight you? If you want to fight, then let's fight. Master Lu Fu let out an angry laugh, and his right hand formed a seal. A giant rift appeared, and a broken sword appeared before Master Lu Fu. This broken sword was only half a piece, but it gave off a shocking aura. It turned into an indescribable sword energy that shot toward Wang Lin. It was this broken sword that pierced through ancient God 2C's 8-star body. After the broken sword appeared, Master Lu Fu's hand formed a seal and pointed at the sky. An invisible wave swept out and pushed the tens of thousands of cultivators far away. At the same time, an illusory figure suddenly appeared behind Master Lu Fu. This illusory figure was not a person, but a world. Wind Celestial Realm. The entire Wind Celestial Realm suddenly appeared behind Master Lu Fu. However, this Wind Celestial Realm was completely different from what Wang Lin had seen in the past. Although the Wind Celestial Realm was filled with violent winds, it didn't look damaged at all. Celestial Qi lingered in the Celestial Realm, and the shadows of countless Celestials roamed about. The ground didn't collapse at all and was extremely intact. At the center of the world of immortals stood a huge stone gate, with many immortals kneeling in front of it, as if they were worshipping it. Waves of immortal Qi spread out and instantly enveloped the entire Luo Tian starfield. There was also a beautiful celestial melody that slowly spread out. When it fell into the ears, it immediately made one feel refreshed. Countless beasts from the immortal world. There was even a trace of Joss flame aura coming out from this celestial energy. It charged toward Master Lu Fu and was absorbed by his body. The Wind Celestial World was the key to Master Lu Fu becoming a third-step cultivator. The Joss flames he needed to become a third-step cultivator came from this Wind Celestial Realm. The Wind Celestial Realm is the foundation of the Old Man's cultivation and the source of the Old Man's Joss flames. Although your body is strong, you haven't reached the third step and don't have Joss flames. I want to see how you fight me. I'll let you know why third-step cultivators are the strongest cultivators in the world. All of this is because of Joss flames, the Joss flame spell that only third-step cultivators can use. Master Lu Fu had made up his mind to fight. At this moment, the huge Wind Celestial Realm behind him gave him endless confidence. As a third-step cultivator, he had a shocking pressure. Wang Lin's eyes were like water as he calmly watched Master Lu Fu use spells. His aura seemed to reach its peak in the blink of an eye, and his expression didn't change at all. In his eyes, this Master Lu Fu wasn't good enough. His calmness became mysterious in Master Lu Fu's eyes. Master Lu Fu's eyes lit up an undetectable amount. He couldn't guess what kind of method could make Wang Lin so calm. No matter how strong he is, it's impossible for him to suppress his cultivation, so I can't see through him. This person is still so calm. Strange. I want to see how he can be so calm. All of this happened in an instant. The sword energy from the broken sword before Master Lu Fu rumbled, and the Wind Celestial Realm behind him released a monstrous amount of celestial energy. The celestial energy turned into Joss flames that surrounded his body. At this moment, Master Lu Fu was like a real celestial, and his aura was monstrous. His right hand formed a seal and pointed at the planet formation below. The Luo Tian formation, formed by hundreds of planets, began to activate. The aura of the planet souls spread across the star system. As the planet formation activated, the aura of the planet souls increased even more. It shook the Luo Tian star system and continued to spread. Even the wind, rain, and lightning celestial realms could feel the majesty of this planet formation. This formation was originally prepared by the Old Man against the Outer Realm enemies. Today, you want to fight? The old man wants to see how you will fight inside this planet formation. Master Lufu's hair fluttered in the wind, and his robes fluttered in the wind. Below him, the astral soul aura became denser and denser. Astral soul cyclones appeared out of thin air and filled the area, giving off a heaven-shaking aura. At a glance, the entire star system was filled with countless planet souls. It was as if they had created their own world here. And Wang Lin was at the center of the planet formation. Little brat Wang Lin, come and fight the old man. Master Lufu's eyes were like a torch. Wang Lin's calmness was like a fishbone stuck in his throat, making him very uncomfortable. At this moment, he suppressed his speculations and charged at Wang Lin with a smile. The wind celestial realm trembled and countless celestials flew out. It was as if all the celestials were fighting together. The broken sword followed closely behind Master Lu Fu toward Wang Lin. The planet formation below rotated, and the hundreds of planet souls rotated at the same time. It gave off the feeling that the universe was turning upside down. Wang Lin's expression was still calm. The moment Master Lu Fu closed in, the 7 stars between his eyebrows rotated. The aura of a 7-star ancient god comparable to a third-step cultivator erupted. This was the first time since Wang Lin returned to the Luotian realm that he had completely revealed the aura of a 7-star ancient god. Master Lu Fu's pupil shrank, but he had no intention of retreating. In the blink of an eye, he was less than 500 feet from Wang Lin. However, in his eyes, Wang Lin's expression was still as calm as ever. This calmness was terrifying, and Master Lu Fu couldn't guess what was going on. What kind of spell does he have? If it is just this aura, he is not a match for my planet formation. Just as Master Lu Fu closed in and a thought flashed through his mind, Wang Lin's sigh faintly echoed. Wang Lin raised his right hand, and the Emperor Furnace appeared. Ancient slave, Ling Dong. After Wang Lin spoke, a ray of ghostly light came out from the Emperor Furnace and appeared before Wang Lin. The moment esteemed Ling Dong appeared, the aura of a true third-step cultivator erupted from esteemed Ling Dong's body. In the sky above it, an enormous rift appeared out of thin air. A violet sea surged within it, and endless joss flames rumbled and filled the air. A third-step cultivator! Master Lu Fu's expression changed like never before. His body completely stopped moving forward, and his eyes widened in disbelief. There is actually another third-step cultivator. This is his method, the reason why he is so calm. What is his identity? He actually has a third-step cultivator as a slave. Even though Master Lu Fu had lived for tens of thousands of years, he was still shocked by esteemed Ling Dong's sudden appearance. He understood why Wang Lin was so calm, why Wang Lin had been so calm when facing his spells, why Wang Lin didn't care about a favor, why Wang Lin had arrogantly said he was tired of the literary battle. After esteemed Ling Dong appeared, Master Lu Fu completely understood. What terrified him even more was the endless joss flames in the rift above esteemed Ling Dong. The intensity of the joss flames was beyond his imagination. So many joss flames. Who is this third-step fellow cultivator? I know most third-step cultivators in the inner realm, and there's no one like him. Master Lu Fu's expression changed greatly. If he was like this, then there was no need for others to be like this. Master Flames Park was in a daze inside the vortex. All the shock he had experienced in his tens of thousands of years of cultivation couldn't compare to the shock he felt today. Wang Lin's strength had already terrified him, but he could have never expected Wang Lin to have a slave. Ancient slave, ancient slave. How could anyone who heard these 2 words not know esteemed Ling Dong's identity? If it was an ordinary slave, it wouldn't be a big deal. However, this slave was a third-step cultivator. This kind of thing would cause a huge uproar even in the outer realm, much less in the inner realm, where it was rare to encounter a third-step cultivator in tens of thousands of years. Even if someone had told Master Flamespark that the Luo Tian star system would collapse in the near future, it wouldn't have brought him more shock than now. The appearance of esteemed Ling Dong, the mysterious force behind him, and the aura he gave off that could cause space itself to tremble. The aura he gave off was almost as powerful as the Luo Tian ancestors, and the change in Master Lu Fu's expression meant one thing. This person was a third-step cultivator. Master Flamespark's mind trembled and his mind went blank. His eyes were dull. What kind of fortune did he encounter? Not only is he comparable to a third-step cultivator, he even has a third-step slave. Third step. In tens of thousands of years, I've only met a third-step cultivator, Master Lu Fu. This, unbelievable. Master Flamespark's mind was in chaos. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. A third-step cultivator was Wang Lin's slave. Second turn. From today onwards, continue to erupt until the end of the month. Erupt until the beginning of the month. What do you guys think? Double the midnight. This is a moment of crisis. Chapter 1495. Li Yunzi's eyes almost popped out as he stared dumbfoundedly at everything before him. He seemed to have forgotten that he had lived for tens of thousands of years. It was just like the shock he felt when he first saw a cultivator as a mortal child. In fact, compared to this feeling, the trembling in his heart right now was countless times more intense. He couldn't imagine that a third-step cultivator could become someone else's slave. This completely subverted the fanaticism and respect he had for third-step cultivators. To be more serious, this scene tore open the immortal veil in his heart that third-step cultivators were like supreme beings. This scene let him know that third-step cultivators were also cultivators and could become someone else's slave. However, the impact of tearing open the veil by force was like a heavy blow to Li Yunzi. His body trembled, and he coughed out a mouthful of blood. Who the hell is this Wang Lin? How did he do this? How did he make a third-step cultivator his slave? His own strength is already comparable to third-step cultivators, and with this slave, this person is already at the peak of the inner realm. Blood God was completely stunned. He didn't dare to believe what he was seeing. Even with his cultivation level and age, this childish thought that shouldn't have appeared in his mind couldn't help but surface in his mind. Illusion. This must be an illusion. An extremely rare third-step almighty in this world. Someone that all cultivators look up to. How could an almighty who stands at the peak be willing to become someone else's slave? This is impossible. However, Blood God's murmur was shattered by another guess that appeared in his mind. It set off an earth-shattering shock. If he wasn't willing, could it be that this Wang Lin forced him? This is impossible. Although his cultivation is comparable to a third-step cultivator, how could he force him? That is a third-step cultivator. In the entire Luo Tian, the old man has only seen Master Lu Fu. The three of them were stunned by esteemed Ling Dong's appearance. In the distance, the tens of thousands of cultivators that had been pushed far away by the wind celestial realm all broke out of their previous silence and became restless. Anyone that could become a member of the Thunder Celestial Temple and stay here to reinforce the formation was not weak. They could clearly feel the earth-shattering pressure coming from esteemed Ling Dong. Under this pressure, they couldn't even stand steadily. Fear surged like a tide, and they surged madly amidst their astonishment. Is this the third step? For the Patriarch's expression to change, for the Patriarch to suddenly stop moving forward, could this really be the legendary third step? His aura is exactly the same as the Patriarch's. He's definitely a third-step cultivator. Third-step cultivators. There are actually 3 third-step cultivators in this Luo Tian. Ridiculous to the extreme. For tens of thousands of years, there has only been the Patriarch, but now, this Wang Lin's cultivation level wasn't high before he left, but after 800 years, he has reached such a terrifying level. A third-step cultivator as a slave? Unbelievable. Cries of astonishment reverberated throughout the starry sky, becoming more and more intense. In the end, it was like thunder that filled the sky. No one dared to believe this shocking scene. This was beyond their ability to think, or it could be said that this was something they couldn't even imagine in their dreams. Master Lu Fu's face was pale and gloomy. There was a hint of madness in his eyes as he waved his sleeves and let out a roar. His roar rumbled, and it completely suppressed the astonished voices of the tens of thousands of cultivators in the surroundings, causing only his voice to remain in the starry sky. The old man has underestimated you. You actually subdued a third-step cultivator as a slave. This person's cultivation level is the same as the old man's, and he has far more Joss flames than the old man. Just this person alone is not a match for the old man. Master Lu Fu's voice echoed and entered the ears of every Luo Tian cultivator. But even if the old man is no match, he is confident he can fight all of you. The old man was talented tens of thousands of years ago. If not for the Joss flames, he would have already reached the mid or late stage of Nirvana Void. Although his cultivation level has been stagnant due to the Joss flames, the old man has refined several treasures with great perseverance over the past tens of thousands of years. At the same time, the power of this planet formation is enough to fight you. Master Lu Fu's voice rumbled and he waved his sleeves. The planet formation below him released an aura dozens of times stronger than before. This aura formed a giant storm that swept across the stars. Loud rumbles reverberated wildly in the starry sky. Among them, the cultivators who were shocked by Ling Dong's appearance from before began to roar enthusiastically again. Ancestor Luo Tan, Ancestor Luo Tian, Ancestor Luo Tian, Ancestor Luo Tian. These voices instantly fused into one. These were the roars of tens of thousands of cultivators. They were the roars of tens of thousands of cultivators that were about to collapse from fear. They were cheering for themselves and cheering for the Luo Tian. Their voices were like a flood that shook the heavens. Their roars intersected with the storm, forming an indescribable aura. There was a faint trace of Joss flame energy floating out from the heads of these tens of thousands of cultivators toward Master Lu Fu. Master Lu Fu let out a roar and pointed at the planet formation below him with a serious expression. As the storm formed by the planet formation rotated, a spear 10,000 feet long suddenly appeared. Behind the long spear, a pitch-black butcher's knife appeared. After the butcher's knife, there was a string of 9 Dao beads that flashed rapidly. In the blink of an eye, 18 magical treasures appeared in the starry sky tempest. Every time a magical treasure appeared, it would unleash shocking power. An indescribable force gradually condensed inside the storm and closed in on Wang Lin and esteemed Ling Dong. The roars of the tens of thousands of Luo Tian cultivators entered Wang Lin's ears. Ancestor Luo Tian, Ancestor Luo Tian. Master Lu Fu's aura reached its limit at this moment. He suddenly stood up and charged at Wang Lin. At the same time, countless celestial shadows rushed out from the wind celestial realm. From a distance, it looked like a silver river falling from the sky. There was also the broken sword. It closed in less than 100 feet from Wang Lin and pointed toward the spot between Wang Lin's eyebrows. However, just when Master Lu Fu finally mustered up his courage and suppressed the shock from esteemed Ling Dong, he closed in on Wang Lin with the determination to fight. A change suddenly occurred. Wang Lin calmly looked at the rapidly closing Master Lu Fu. He frowned and slowly said, "Gunu Zhou Jin." A heaven-shaking wolf howl rushed out from the Emperor Furnace and echoed across the stars. Zhou Jin's figure walked out from the Emperor Furnace. The moment it appeared, an earth-shattering aura of a third-step cultivator appeared. This aura was filled with violence and blood. Combined with Zhou Jin's naked upper body, it gave off a wild and fierce feeling. Behind Zhou Jin, a giant blood wolf howled and stared at Master Lu Fu with its crimson eyes. Master Lu Fu originally thought that the shock from before was his limit, but now he knew that compared to just now, it was nothing. An indescribable wave of horror appeared in his heart, and he subconsciously retreated. He didn't dare to get close until he was 1,000 feet away. His eyes were filled with shock that he couldn't hide. The broken sword closest to Wang Lin let out a thunderous rumble when it got close to Wang Lin. It was as if a powerful impact had crushed it and it couldn't move forward. Cracking sounds echoed as cracks appeared on it, and it was pushed back. This broken sword had to retreat. It could penetrate Tuo Sin's body, but it wasn't qualified to face 3 third-step cultivators at the same time. No matter how sharp it was only a broken sword, so it had to retreat. This sword had a spirit, and it let out a miserable scream. The spirit inside the sword seemed to be seriously injured and immediately returned to Master Lu Fu's side. It trembled violently like a cultivator would, and it was filled with fear. There was also the wind celestial realm behind Master Lu Fu. The moment the countless celestial shadows charged at Wang Lin, Zhou Jin appeared and took a step forward with Ling Dong. The aura of the third step and monstrous joss flames echoed. The invisible collisions occurred tens of thousands of times in the blink of an eye. The wind celestial realm trembled, and all the celestial shadows that charged out were swept away by the wind like dust and dissipated completely. Even the illusionary wind celestial realm collapsed under Zhou Jin and Ling Dong's shocking pressure. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The wind celestial realm shattered and dissipated, leaving behind only Master Lu Fu. His face was pale, and his eyes were filled with even more shock than before. It's not 1 third-step slave. It's 2. 2 third-step slaves, this. Master Lu Fu was completely startled like Master Flames Park and company. His eyes were filled with extreme disbelief. It was as if cold water had been poured over his head. His body trembled, and he lost all will to fight. He could no longer fight. He couldn't fight. He didn't dare to fight. In particular, the blood wolf behind Zhou Jin reminded Master Lu Fu of a rumor. At this moment, Master Lu Fu's mind collapsed because of this sudden scene. This drastic change was beyond his expectations. Not even in his dreams could he have imagined that there would be such a shocking thing behind Wang Lin's calmness. He simply didn't have the strength to fight 3 third-step cultivators. Even with the help of the planet formation wasn't complete yet. How could he fight 3 third-step cultivators? The third wasn't a breakthrough. He was writing the 4th. Fight! 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 Chapter 1496. This overwhelming strength was like a landslide that directly crushed Master Lu Fu's mind. He no longer had any strength to struggle, and all that was left was disbelief and shock. Even with Master Lu Fu's cultivation, he felt bitter as he stared at everything before him. He knew he had made a huge mistake. This mistake was very likely fatal. He had underestimated Wang Lin's cultivation. When Wang Lin first returned to planet Luo Tian, Master Lu Fu thought that Wang Lin had the power to fight him and that Master Lu Fu shouldn't easily provoke Wang Lin. However, this judgment changed because of the rain sword on planet Qing Ling. Master Lu Fu thought he had seen through Wang Lin's true strength and relax a bit. However, on planet Donglin, Wang Lin's 8 breaths of time flaw shocked Master Lu Fu for the first time. He realized that his judgment was wrong and raised Wang Lin to the same level as him. However, he still thought that with his various treasures, Wang Lin wouldn't be able to do anything to him. It wasn't until Wang Lin arrived outside the star formation and the tyrannical aura from his roar caused Master Lu Fu to change his judgment again. He raised Wang Lin's strength to a level higher than his own. But even if he died, he still didn't think Wang Lin had the ability to seriously injure him. With his various treasures, the 2 of them would at most be tied. No one would be able to suppress the other. The wind battle was interrupted. Wang Lin's calmness brought a lot of pressure and suspicion to Master Lu Fu. He had summoned the wind celestial realm, taken out his strongest treasure, and activated the star formation. He originally thought that even if Wang Lin was a bit stronger than him, he would still have to retreat. However, when Ling Dong appeared, Master Lu Fu was shocked to find that his guess was wrong again. The other party's calmness came from the fact that he had a third-step slave. This kind of thing exceeded Master Lu Fu's expectations. Although he was shocked, it also stimulated his determination to fight. He believed that all of this was Wang Lin's trump card. Wang Lin wouldn't have any more tricks up his sleeves. He also had the star formation. With the help of the star formation, he could just barely tie today. However, Zhou Jin's appearance was the last thing that shattered Master Lu Fu's mind. It completely shattered Master Lu Fu's confidence and brought him unimaginable shock. He could never have imagined that Wang Lin had not just one third-step slave, but two. The second one had almost reached the peak of the early stage of Nirvana Void and was not far from the mid-stage of Nirvana Void. Master Lu Fu's face was pale, and his mind was buzzing. The moment Zhou Jin and Ling Dong stepped out, the 18 magic treasures were forced back by the aura of the third step that shook the star system by Zhou Jin and Ling Dong. After all, this formation wasn't complete, so it couldn't face the three of them, including Wang Lin. Zhou Jin's appearance set off a monstrous wave. The blood wolf behind him let out a roar that spread in all directions. When it entered the ears of the tens of thousands of cultivators who had just mustered their courage to roar, it was as if their necks and origin souls were being choked. It brought them a sense of fatal fear. The confidence they had been inspired by Master Lu Fu's words collapsed. Third step, another third step. This is impossible. Third step cultivators are extremely rare. How could there be two third step slaves? Third step cultivators that are rarely seen in tens of thousands of years. Today, there are actually so many two third step cultivators as slaves. This Wang Lin, what exactly is his identity? How could he do this? Master Flamespark had already lost the ability to think. Everything that had happened in a short period of time had numbed him to the shock. However, although he was numb, Zhou Jin's appearance still gave him a sharp pain in his head. Master Flamespark's eyes were filled with confusion as he muttered to himself, Two. Perhaps there is a third, a fourth. Li Yunzi's eyes were also filled with confusion. He stared ahead, and even his thoughts dissipated. He no longer knew how to think about this kind of thing. Any second-step cultivator in the inner realm who saw this would be scared out of their wits. Two third-step cultivators as slaves was shocking. Blood God's heart was pounding and his eyes were filled with despair. He had never imagined that such a scene would occur, especially when he saw Master Lu Fu retreat. The world was so big, but Blood God felt like he was trapped in a prison. At this moment, the moment Zhou Jin and Ling Dong appeared, the auras of two third-step cultivators swept across the Luo Tian star system and charged into the other three star systems. In the Cloud Sea star system, inside the secret chamber of the god sect, Taoist Water was cultivating. His expression was calm, and his injuries had recovered. However, just at this moment, he suddenly opened his eyes and was filled with shock. He subconsciously stood up and looked into the distance. His expression changed drastically in the blink of an eye, and it was filled with disbelief. Similarly, within the god sect, within a huge sealed formation, a peerlessly beautiful woman was sitting cross-legged with her head lowered. Her long hair draped over her shoulders, causing her to exude a beauty that could cause one's heart to beat faster. She seemed to not notice the aura that terrified Taoist Water. Her eyes were closed as she silently cultivated. In the rank 1 fog in the Cloud Sea, there was a small fragment. There were no fierce beasts or mortals on this fragment. It was completely desolate. In the depths of this continent, there was a valley. Inside the valley, there was a middle-aged man in red sitting quietly with his legs crossed. Before him, the demon sect's sect master and head elder were respectfully half kneeling there, as if they were waiting for an answer from the man in red. Suddenly, The man in red opened his eyes, and a shocking aura erupted from his body. Then, it immediately shrank and was suppressed until there was nothing left. He looked into the distance, and after a long time, he slowly said, "This child is the person that the pedantic lord of the sealed realm relied on. A very good little fellow. In the Alliance star system, in the sealed rain celestial realm, Qing Lin, who had been in closed-door cultivation for hundreds of years, suddenly opened his eyes. There was a hint of doubt and shock as he looked into the distance. Before him, Sitanan was also sitting there with a solemn expression. At this moment, he opened his eyes. There was a flash of light in his eyes, and he revealed a look of confusion. In the rain celestial realm, there was a stone statue at the highest peak of the celestial realm. There had only been one person sitting at the foot of the statue for hundreds of years. This person was a middle-aged man who always wore black. His black hair was draped over his shoulders, and he gave off a cold and murderous aura. This middle-aged man's cold expression was exactly the same as Wang Lin's from the early days. This peak was a forbidden area he had personally set up. Even if Situ Nin wanted to come up, he wouldn't allow it. Not even Qing Lin's daughter, Qing Shuang, or Zhou Yi could come up. Even if Qing Lin wanted to come, this man in black would still dare to attack. All of this was because of something Wang Lin had said to him before he left. Look after this stone statue. No one is allowed to touch it. At this moment, there was a flash of coldness in the man in black's eyes. His body trembled, and he revealed a hint of excitement. He suddenly raised his head as if he was looking into the distance. Although he couldn't see the figure in his heart, he felt the existence of that figure through the faint connection. Teacher, in the rain celestial realm, there was a meadow filled with celestial grass and the fragrance of flowers. A woman in white silently sat there, and before her was a huge tiger. This tiger was lazily lying there and would occasionally look at the woman beside it. Even further away, on a mountain that seemed to be frozen, there was a woman. She was like ice that hadn't melted in tens of thousands of years. She faced the cold wind and silently looked into the distance with a very cold expression. At the foot of the mountain, there was a cottage, and in the courtyard stood a man in green. This man gave off an ancient aura, but it was obvious that he was very handsome when he was young. Although his body existed, it looked like a spirit body and wasn't corporeal. He stood in the courtyard and looked up at the mountain. His eyes revealed the infatuation and no regret that had existed for thousands of years. Also in the Alliance star system, in the completely sealed Alliance headquarters, angry roars echoed for hundreds of years. Kill, 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 kill. I'm going to kill all life in this world. I'm going to kill a heaven-shattering slaughter. In the Alliance star system, where serene was, a gaze that could collapse space itself suddenly appeared and looked at Luo Tian. The agreement between the Lord of the Sealed Realm is him. In the Luo Tian star system, at the center of the planet formation, Wang Lin still calmly looked at Master Lu Fu. He didn't humiliate Master Lu Fu, but slowly walked past Master Lu Fu toward the stunned blood god. Master Lu Fu's face was pale as he allowed Wang Lin to walk past. He no longer had any thoughts of stopping Wang Lin. His expression was very complicated and filled with bitterness. Master Lu Fu had helped Wang Lin in the land of the ancient god, in Suzaku. Although Master Lu Fu was like a mortal sending an ant across a river, Wang Lin would never forget. Therefore, he agreed to the literary battle and didn't intend to completely tear apart the two of them. This could be considered returning a favor. Otherwise, with his cultivation level, he wouldn't have done this. Originally, he wanted to use the literary battle to give Master Lu Fu a way out. However, Master Lu Fu had forced him, which made Wang Lin impatient. Wang Lin decided to stop the literary battle and summon Ling Dong and Zhou Jin to give Master Lu Fu an unimaginable shock. After walking past the bitter Master Lu Fu, Wang Lin slowly stepped into the vortex and arrived before Blood God. Blood God's face was deathly pale. The moment Wang Lin closed in, he let out a scream and his hands formed a seal. He was going to struggle before death. He quickly retreated and waved his sleeves. Demonic energy surged out from behind him, and an illusory, demonic shadow appeared. I'm crazy for monthly votes. I'm crazy for monthly votes. Chapter 1497. This demonic shadow was blurry at first, but it soon condensed into the shape of an ancient demon. 6 stars flashed rapidly in the ancient demon's left eye. His body, which was nearly 1,000 feet tall, gave off a ghostly light. Along with Blood God, he let out a heaven-shaking roar. Wang Lin's expression was neutral as his gaze penetrated Blood God and coldly landed on the ancient demon. You dare to resist before Wang. The ancient god stars between Wang Lin's eyebrows rotated, and his ancient Dao aura spread out. The ancient Dao head appeared behind him and swept out with the majesty of looking down on a junior of the clan. Blood God's mind trembled. Wang Lin's gaze fused with the ancient head behind him. Blood God felt like his eyes were going to explode from the stinging pain. Wang Lin's gaze was like a sharp sword that pierced through his eyes and into his origin soul. Blood God's ears buzzed, and he let out a miserable scream as he coughed out a mouthful of blood. His body trembled, and he stopped retreating. He didn't dare to move an inch under this gaze. He could clearly feel his skin being peeled away, revealing his flesh and blood. His flesh and blood blurred under the gaze of his opponent, as if they were about to separate from his body, revealing the eerie white bones within his flesh and blood. Even his bones cracked under this gaze and collapsed inch by inch, clearly revealing the origin soul under this body. Kill you to resolve 2 of Wang's karma. The first karma was naturally the change in the past. The second karma was the promise from Wang Lin in the Yao family girl's dream. I'll help you. These simple words seemed to echo faintly from 800 years ago. Blood God let out a miserable scream. A line of blood appeared between the eyebrows of the terrified origin soul inside his torn body. It extended down to his neck, chest, and abdomen. Suddenly, the bloodline flashed, and Blood God's origin soul was split in half. The moment his origin soul was split, his body collapsed into a pile of flesh and blood 1,000 feet away from Wang Lin. The death of Blood God didn't end this matter. The moment his body and origin soul were torn apart, a dense demonic aura came from Blood God's body. This demonic aura suddenly fused with the demonic shadow that had appeared before. A giant ancient demon that was 1,000 feet tall appeared within the vortex. The 6 stars in the ancient demon's left eye flickered rapidly. Aside from the demonic aura around it, there was also a thick aura of blood and decay. With a sharp roar, the ancient demon's 1,000-foot body quickly retreated. His expression was ferocious and filled with fear. He had fused with Blood God a long time ago and used Blood God to heal himself. Back then, he clearly felt the ancient god aura inside Wang Lin's body. Although Wang Lin was only an avatar at that time, and his original body was far away in the Alliance, he still caught the attention of the ancient demon. He had used the Yao family as bait to capture Wang Lin and absorb the ancient god aura through his soul. Although the auras of the 3 ancient clans were different and difficult to convert, absorbing more was always beneficial. It could shorten the time it took to heal. However, he could never have imagined that his actions back then would lead to the consequences today. At this moment, as he retreated, the 1,000-foot ancient demon waved his hand and chanted in ancient language. A powerful spell filled with demonic energy shot toward Wang Lin. 9 demonic dragons appeared and roared as they charged at Wang Lin. After the demonic dragon, 99 giant demon flags appeared. As they swept the area, demonic spiritual energy filled the area and roars echoed. A giant demonic shadow charged out from each flag and charged at Wang Lin to devour him. Behind this demon flag, 999 drops of dark red blood appeared out of thin air. They turned into blood arrows and shot out. Each drop of blood contained the sharp cries of countless souls. These souls belonged to the people of the Yao family that had existed for tens of thousands of years. There were even many souls related to the Yao family's bloodline. After the blood arrows, 9,999 black needles appeared. These black needles contained dense demonic energy and poison. They rushed out and closed in on Wang Lin like crazy. The ancient demon was going all out. He knew that he would die in this battle, but he was unwilling. Can't even withstand one blow. Wang Lin didn't let Ling Dong and Zhou Jin attack at all. He coldly stared at the retreating ancient demon and threw a punch. This was the first punch he threw inside the planet formation, before tens of thousands of cultivators, and before Master Lu Fu. This was the first punch he threw inside the planet formation, before tens of thousands of cultivators. The moment the punch was thrown, the ancient head behind Wang Lin twisted and passed by Wang Lin. It fused with Wang Lin's right fist. A thunderous rumble echoed across the star domain. At this moment, the entire star domain stopped moving. Under the gazes of tens of thousands of cultivators, Master Lu Fu looked back, and Master Flamespark and Li Yunzi rapidly retreated. This mighty punch appeared. The 1,000-foot-tall ancient demon let out a mournful scream and used various spells. All of them collapsed before this punch. The first to collapse were the 9 demonic dragons. They dissipated like a powerful wind, leaving behind only the echoes of their roars. However, they were instantly destroyed by Wang Lin's punch, and even the echoes were destroyed. After the 9 demonic dragons were the many demonic shadows that came out from the 99 demon flags. Their roars were suddenly cut off by this punch. From a distance, it looked like Wang Lin's right hand was motionless as he threw the punch. However, a giant illusion of a fist spread out from his fist and charged forward. The collapsed demonic dragons collided with the 99 demonic shadows. The demonic shadows trembled and all collapsed. Following closely behind the demonic shadow were the 999 drops of blood. They were like blood arrows, and they all landed on the illusory fist. However, they were like rain. The moment they landed on the fist, they exploded, unable to stop the fist in the slightest. As thunderous rumbles echoed, Wang Lin's punch shattered everything and closed in on the 9,999 black needles. However, before the black needles could even touch the fist, they were knocked back by a rebound force and attacked the ancient demon. All of this happened in an instant. The ancient demon let out a scream and continued to retreat. Then it suddenly raised its hands and let out a heaven-shaking scream. Royal treasure, demon blade, burial earth. The moment his voice came out, a ray of purple light appeared above the ancient demon's raised hands. This purple light gave off a dense demonic aura and turned into a huge sickle in the blink of an eye. The scythe was violet in color, and as the demonic aura roared out, it gave off an extremely sharp aura. Shockingly, there were also ancient demon stars shining within the demonic scythe. The fact that the ancient demon stars could exist inside the demon blade was enough to show how extraordinary it was. As the ancient demon mercilessly chopped down with its hands, the purple light from the demon blade turned into a giant arc and chopped down on Wang Lin's phantom fist. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He didn't expect this little ancient demon to have a royal ancient demon treasure inside its body. As he laughed, Wang Lin opened his fist and reached out toward the demon blade. In the blink of an eye, the purple demon blade collided with Wang Lin's palm. A powerful shock wave spread out in all directions. Wang Lin's phantom palm grabbed the demon blade. No matter how much the demon blade struggled, it couldn't break free from Wang Lin's grasp. Only bursts of roars could be heard. The ancient demon let out a miserable scream and coughed out a mouthful of life energy. It quickly retreated, and its eyes were filled with despair. As the shock wave spread, the vortex trembled. Only Wang Lin's body remained motionless. Even his expression didn't change at all. Only his white hair and clothes fluttered in the wind. Esteemed Ling Dong and Zhou Jin silently stood behind him. Ling Dong's expression was calm. He had been personally refined by Wang Lin, so he couldn't rebel. Zhou Jin had used his ancient Dao aura to forcibly reverse the situation. At this moment, he looked at Wang Lin with a complicated gaze. The stronger Wang Lin was, the more complicated his gaze became. However, the ancient slave mark suppressed his origin soul and didn't allow him to resist at all. The ancient Dao aura was like a mountain, and before it, Zhou Jin felt like an ant. The blade is a good blade. Only the demon using the blade is a bit weak. Wang Lin waved his right hand, and the demonic blade flew toward him. He held in his hand. At the same time, the six-star ancient demon trembled under Wang Lin's wave. It was as if there was a powerful suction force coming from Wang Lin, making it impossible for the ancient demon to retreat. Its body was pulled toward Wang Lin uncontrollably. After Wang Lin put away the demon blade, Wang Lin grabbed the ancient demon's neck. Although the ancient demon was 1,000 feet tall, when Wang Lin's right hand reached out, its body rapidly shrank until it was the size of a normal person. Wang Lin had a death grip on its neck. "Don't kill me, I know a secret. A heaven-shaking secret. This secret is related to the Yao family. If you can go there, you can obtain a divine ability, a 3-life divine ability." Gu Yao screamed in fear in this life and death crisis. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he ignored the ancient demon. Instead, he looked back at Master Lu Fu, who had a pale expression after seeing the power of Wang Lin's punch. "So this is the reason you stopped Wang from resolving the karma." Master Lu Fu silently pondered and then said, "That is indeed the case. Now that fellow cultivator has captured this demon, the old man needs to continue preparing for the war, so I won't send you off." Although Wang Lin had 2 third-step slaves, Master Lu Fu was still a third-step cultivator and had his own pride. Although it was shocking, it was impossible for him to lower his face. Last night, all of you froze in front of the computer and ran to the staircase to smoke a few cigarettes. You were all very excited. This morning, everyone was stunned again in front of the computer. The more than 3,000 votes in red made everyone suck in a breath of air. They couldn't believe it. Just now, at 17 o'clock, everyone was stunned for the third time. 4,450 votes. I'm not going to lie. I rubbed my eyes several times, and the screen refreshed at least 3 times. I thought I was hallucinating. I thought that 3,000 votes was the limit for today, and I thought that the previous surprise was already at its peak. Now I'm writing these words with excitement. I don't know if I'll be stunned for the 4th time before 12 o'clock. First update sent. Crazily seeking monthly votes. Let's put a lot of distance between us, far, far away. Thank you, Gian Loyang, Lonely Book, Ding Yong, Central Army Tent, Little Leaf 5243, I'm old. I'm Battle Breaker, who loves whose heart aches for classmate, double monthly votes. Third step cultivator, assisting Wang Lin, returning to the inner realm with glory. I'm honored to send the Ancient Order inheritance. Special thanks to the Renegade Celestial Sect's 4th step cultivator, Fning Alliance, and fellow cultivators for their help. Chapter 1498. Wang Lin clasped his hands at Master Lu Fu and revealed a smile. Wang will repay today's matter during the battle in the Outer Realm. Fellow cultivator Lu Fu, please don't mind. Wang Lin's attitude was the same, and he didn't take advantage of the situation to humiliate Master Lu Fu. Master Lu Fu silently pondered for a bit and let out a sigh. He squeezed out a smile and clasped his hands at Wang Lin. Wang Daoyu having this kind of cultivation level is the blessing of my inner realm. Old man admits defeat, but there is one thing I don't understand. Your two third-step cultivators, are they from? Master Lu Fu didn't say everything. He just pointed at the end of the star system. Wang Lin smiled and nodded. Esteemed Ling Dong's gaze fell on Master Lu Fu. He clasped his hands and said, "Old man Ling Dong, ancestor of the spiritual movement clan in the Outer Realm. Although Master Lu Fu had some speculations, he was still moved when he heard Ling Dong's words. Spiritual Movement Clan, Ancestor. Esteemed Ling Dong withdrew his gaze and calmly said, "The Spiritual Movement Clan is not a big clan in the ancient star system. We only have a mere 10,000 clan members." This is... Master Lu Fu clasped his hands at Ling Dong. Although Ling Dong was Wang Lin's slave, in Master Lu Fu's eyes, Ling Dong was a third-step cultivator like him. After clasping his hands, Master Lu Fu looked at the silent Zhou Jin. Zhou Jin, ancestor of the Heavenly Wolf clan in the Outer Realm. When Master Lu Fu heard this, although they were in the starry sky, he still took a deep breath of the world's origin energy. When he saw the blood wolf shadow behind Zhou Jin, he had some speculations. He had long since heard that there was a tribe in the Outer Realm that served the Heavenly Wolf illusion. It was the continuation of a large clan from ancient times. This clan's spells were related to the wolf shadow. Due to their long inheritance, they had powerful Joss flames and could produce third-step cultivators. After hearing Zhou Jin's words, Master Lu Fu was immediately sure of Zhou Jin's identity. This Wang Lin actually went to the Outer Realm. He even took 2 clan ancestors from the Outer Realm as slaves. Master Lu Fu's gaze toward Wang Lin was different. As a third-step cultivator, he knew how difficult it was to make someone like him a slave. This was different from beheading an enemy general in the midst of an army of thousands of men and horses. This was directly going over and refining people into slaves. With Master Lu Fu's cultivation, he could naturally see that both Ling Dong and Zhou Jin had the same room between their eyebrows. It was obvious that they had been forcefully refined into slaves by Wang Lin. Especially since Wang Lin hadn't truly reached the third step, the difficulty was even greater. I haven't heard of the Spirit Movement Clan, but the Wolf Clan should be one of the large clans in the Outer Realm. This Wang Lin is not simple. What exactly did he do in the Outer Realm? It must be heaven-shaking. Master Lu Fu rarely admired others, but at this moment, he felt admiration for Wang Lin. Master Lu Fu's gloomy expression disappeared, and he clasped his hands. "Wang Daoyu, did you go to the Outer Realm?" "I returned from the Outer Realm." Wang Lin noticed the change in Master Lu Fu. He was not an unreasonable person, and Master Lu Fu had no grievance with him. Although his cultivation level was high, and he had 2 third-step cultivator slaves, he wouldn't be arrogant and would treat each other politely. Good. Earlier, the Cloud Seas Demon Sect and God Sect sent out an order at the same time. They used the Lord of the Sealed Realm's posthumous edict to tell the Inner Realm that the Outer Realm was about to invade the Inner Realm again. Several third-step cultivators of my Inner Realm joined forces to open the barrier between the 4-star systems. The 4-star systems are no longer sealed. The 4-star systems are preparing to resist the humiliation of the Outer Realm. The old man's hatred for the Outer Realm is as deep as the sea. When the Outer Realm first invaded the Inner Realm, the old man was a little celestial lord in the Thunder Celestial Realm. I personally witnessed that unforgettable tragic battle. Today, I heard that fellow cultivator has returned from the Outer Realm. I presume you have a great understanding of the Outer Realm. Just this matter will let the Inner Realm know about the changes the Outer Realm has experienced over the past tens of thousands of years. The existence of the Realm Sealing Formation caused most of the Inner Realm cultivators to be at a loss. They didn't know about the Realm Sealing Formation or the Ancient Star System. Only a small portion of people knew about it, but they didn't dare to go to the Outer Realm. This was why news had been cut off for tens of thousands of years. This was a fatal matter before the war. Wang Lin's words caused Master Lu Fu to no longer worry about the tension between the two of them and laugh. Wang Lin smiled and said, "Wang should know a bit about the Outer Realm. Wang Daoyu, do you have anything else to do? If not, why don't we have a chat? The old man has some good wine left behind by the Celestial Realm, but he's unwilling to drink it himself. How about we drink together?" Master Lu Fu laughed and waved his hand at Wang Lin. At this moment, he seemed to have forgotten that he said he wouldn't see Wang Lin off. Wang Lin put away the ancient demon in his hand and pondered a bit. This dramatic change shocked the surrounding tens of thousands of cultivators. Even Master Flamespark and Li Yunzi didn't know how to react. However, the two of them were famous, so they could see that Master Lu Fu was truly happy. After pondering a bit, they guessed some of Master Lu Fu's thoughts. Master Lu Fu had no enmity with Wang Lin, and after Wang Lin returned from the outer realm, his name would be monstrous in the inner realm. Master Lu Fu naturally had to be on good terms with such a person. Also, Wang Lin had been very polite and had given Master Lu Fu a way out. If Master Lu Fu still didn't know what was good for him, then he would have lived for tens of thousands of years in vain. Therefore, he wanted to resolve the unhappiness from before. Wang Lin naturally saw through this and nodded with a smile. Old monsters that had cultivated for tens of thousands of years were all unpredictable. Although not everyone was like a demon, they weren't childish. Master Lu Fu smiled and waved his sleeve. Golden light flew out from his sleeve and opened a path. The golden light turned into a straight path, and bursts of music appeared out of nowhere and closed in. There were even countless figures of fairies dancing around the golden path, enveloping the entire starry sky. 9 golden dragons roared and danced in the starry sky above, giving off a majestic presence. Countless celestials appeared and bowed at Wang Lin. These illusions were very grand and couldn't be expressed with words. This showed how much importance Master Lu Fu placed on Wang Lin. He also used the bow of countless celestials as an apology for stopping Wang Lin. "Fellow cultivator Wang Lin, please." Master Lu Fu laughed heartily. As Wang Lin clasped his hands, the two of them stepped into the vortex at the same time. Celestial mountains appeared and instantly filled the huge vortex. At the center of the vortex, a lake appeared, and there were many fairies playing in the lake. Mist rose up, obscuring their beautiful figures. It was a very enchanting sight. A pavilion had unknowingly appeared beside the lake, and there were 2 celestials sitting on the side. They held 2 jade pots in their hands, and bursts of celestial spiritual energy came from the jade pots. If one took a whiff of it, it would enter one's heart. Master Flamespark and Li Yunzi respectfully stood on the side and looked at everyone with complicated gazes. The surrounding tens of thousands of cultivators slowly closed in, but with a message from Master Flamespark, they scattered and began setting up the formation again. The two of them sat inside the pavilion. Zhou Jin and Ling Dong were also invited to sit down by Master Lu Fu. A celestial poured wine, and Master Lu Fu picked up the wine cup and smiled. "We can be considered old friends. Let's have a drink to resolve the unhappiness from before." With that, he drank it all in one gulp. Wang Lin picked up the wine cup, scanned it with his divine sense, and drank it all in one gulp. His eyes immediately lit up. This wine wasn't spicy when it entered his mouth, but it turned into a raging fire when it entered his throat. While it warmed his body, it also filled his mouth with fragrance. "Good wine," Wang Lin exclaimed. Putting down the wine cup, Master Lu Fu smiled and said, "Wang Daoyu, the old man really wants to know what kind of experiences you had in the outer realm. Can you tell the old man about them?" Wang Lin revealed a smile. He chose a few things about the outer realm and briefly explained them. His calm words caused Master Lu Fu's expression to change. When he heard about the destruction of the Scatter Thunder clan, the heavenly Tao that had appeared in the 7 million worlds, everything Wang Lin had encountered, and the existence of Taoist scattered spirit, Wang Lin's expression changed. Master Lu Fu drank a mouthful of wine, and his eyes became serious. 7 million worlds? What an admirable Taoist scattered spirit. Although his cultivation level isn't that of a third-step cultivator, his actions have the heart to defy the heavens. Ling Dong and Zhou Jin only knew that the destruction of the Scatter Thunder clan was related to Wang Lin, but they had never heard about it. Now that they heard it, their expressions changed. From different positions, one would look at the problem from different angles. Zhou Jin and Ling Dong looked at each other and silently pondered. Master Flamespark and Li Yunzi also heard Wang Lin's words. They both gasped and were filled with shock. Aside from what Wang Lin had done in the outer realm, they were also shocked by Daoist's scattered spirit. Master Flamespark hesitated for a bit before clasping his hands and asking, "Senior Wang Lin, did you encounter Daoist's scattered spirit afterward?" Wang Lin shook his head. After being hunted by the Scattered Thunder clan, he quickly left and didn't have any contact with Daoist's scattered spirit. When Wang Lin talked about the Sovereign Council's pursuit, the thrilling scenes caused Master Lu Fu's eyes to shine brightly. He could see that everything Wang Lin had said was true. He knew that if he was in Wang Lin's shoes, it would be very difficult for him to survive. Wang Lin naturally wouldn't mention the Fallen Land and other important places. However, just this was enough to shock Master Lu Fu. When he heard about the Sovereign, Master Lu Fu took a deep breath. If he was like this, there was no need to talk about Master Flamespark and Li Yunzi. When they heard about the dangers, they finally understood how Wang Lin had obtained his cultivation. Their gazes toward Wang Lin were filled with deep admiration. Li Yunzi was the same. Thinking back to the past and looking back at the present, he felt very complicated. He knew that Wang Lin's current situation was not a fluke. Wang Lin's gaze fell on Li Yunzi. After pondering a bit, he slowly said, "Li Yunzi, Wang greets your Zhan family's ancestor, Zhan Xingye." After he spoke, Li Yunzi's body trembled. He looked up with excitement and bowed deeply at Wang Lin. "Senior, please tell me where my ancestor is." The second update arrived. After 1 hour, the gap of 2,100 votes had become 1,800 votes. In reality, he was ahead by 900 votes, but he wasn't nervous at all. Since he had already attacked, there was no turning back. "I don't care if my body can withstand the continuous eruptions. Even if I bleed, I will fight to my heart's content." Chapter 1499. Wang Lin pondered a bit and then said, "Third step cultivator Zhan Xingye has already fallen." After he spoke, Li Yunzi's body trembled and his face turned pale. He subconsciously retreated a few steps and was startled. Soon, his expression became filled with sorrow and his eyes became listless. "Ancestor has fallen." Li Yunzi's entire Zhan family was filled with pride and responsibility from his ancestor, Zhan Xingye. Over the countless years, every generation of the family had bitterly waited for the ancestor's return. Zhan Xingye was the glory of the Zhan family. But at this moment, this glory suddenly collapsed with this news from Wang Lin. Master Flamespark's expression also changed. Although he wasn't born and raised in the Luo Tian, he had been in the Luo Tian for a long time and had become a part of the Luo Tian. He had also heard of the glory of the Zhan family's ancestor. It could be said that the reason the Zhan family was able to have their current status in the Luo Tian was because of their ancestor, Zhan Xingye. Master Lu Fu put down the cup in his hand, and his eyes were filled with shock. He had met Zhan Xingye a long time ago. Back then, Zhan Xingye had already reached the peak of the late stage of Nirvana Void and was like a celestial. Back then, Master Lu Fu had even received Zhan Xingye's kindness. That was why Li Yunzi was one of the 4 he taught Dao spells to. Aside from repaying Zhan Xingye's kindness, he also wanted to befriend the missing Zhan Xingye. After hearing Wang Lin's words, he took a deep breath and silently pondered. Li Yunzi's mind was seriously injured by this news, and blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. He bowed deeply at Wang Lin, and when he looked up, his eyes were bloodshot. "Senior, please tell me how my ancestor died." His words were slow, but they were filled with a monstrous chill. He firmly believed that the ancestor had not died a natural death. Although their Zhan family hadn't gone to get revenge for the ancestor, they wouldn't allow it if they didn't even know the enemy. As long as they knew who had killed their ancestor, they would pass down their determination to get revenge. Master Lu Fu silently looked at Wang Lin. "Have you all heard of the 7-colored realm in my inner realm? There is a Dao fruit in the 7-colored realm. It contains the will of billions of lives in the inner realm and countless cultivators to form 7 Dao fruits. I found the remains of third-step cultivator Zhan Xingye in the 7-colored realm. The person who killed him was the sovereign of the Outer Realm's ancient star system. There was a flash of reminiscence in Wang Lin's eyes. As Wang Lin spoke about the 7-colored realm and his speculation about the sovereign's Dao seed, Li Yunzi sucked in a breath of cold air. However, the killing intent in his eyes didn't dissipate and was replaced by a powerful battle intent. This battle intent was something that the Zhan family was going to pass down. Master Flamespark's mind trembled. Wang Lin's words about the 7-colored realm made Master Flamespark remember a terrifying matter from the past. Master Lu Fu's expression changed, and he suddenly stood up. His eyes lit up as he clasped his hands at Wang Lin and said, "Wang Daoyu, this matter is too important. The existence of the 7-colored realm is like a tumor in the inner realm. Once the outer realm invades, the old man is worried that the 7-colored realm will bring an unimaginable calamity to the inner realm. Absorbing the Dao intent of all the cultivators in my inner realm, what a big move. The old man needs to immediately go to the Cloud Sea and tell the demon sect to contact all the forces in the inner realm to find the remaining 6 7-colored realms. We must destroy them all." Master Lu Fu's expression was extremely serious. He clearly saw the great danger behind this matter. If not for Wang Lin's reminder, the inner realm would have been destroyed while resisting the outer realm's invasion. When he thought about how most of the inner realm cultivators' Dao intents had collapsed and died during the war, Master Lu Fu's Dao heart trembled. This possibility wasn't impossible. Wang Lin nodded. He had come back this time to tell the inner realm some things to contribute to the war that was about to begin. After Master Flamespark heard about the 7-colored realm, he remained silent and his expression was unsettled. The past events that appeared in his mind became even more clear. Wang Lin's heart skipped a beat as he looked at Master Flamespark and asked, "Does fellow cultivator Flamespark know where the other 7-colored realms are?" After he spoke, Master Lu Fu also looked over. He had also noticed Master Flamespark's strange expression. He looked over and waited for Master Flamespark's answer. Master Flamespark clasped his hands at Master Lu Fu and Wang Lin and said, "I escaped from the Alliance star system and came to the Luo Tian." As he spoke, he looked at Wang Lin. "There are many reasons that involve my personal matters, so I won't say more. Back when I was still an elder of the Cultivation Alliance, I inadvertently saw a strange world in the Cultivation Alliance headquarters. Senior Wang Lin, I wonder if there are enlightened ones. Lost ones in the 7-colored realm you mentioned." Wang Lin's expression narrowed, and he nodded. Master Flamespark said, "Then there is no mistake. There should be a 7-colored realm inside the Cultivation Alliance headquarters." There was a flash of coldness in Master Lu Fu's eyes. He looked at Wang Lin and clasped his hands. "Wang Daoyu, I can't entertain you today. The old man must leave for the demon sect as soon as possible." Wang Lin got up and calmly said, "Wang will be responsible for the 7-colored realm of the Alliance headquarters." "Good." With Wang Daoyu taking action, the 7-colored realm of the Alliance headquarters will definitely collapse. Master Lu Fu nodded. The banquet was short, but the shock it gave Master Lu Fu and company was no less than the previous battle. After exchanging pleasantries, Master Lu Fu waved his sleeves and charged forward. Zhou Jin and Ling Dong were put back into the Emperor Furnace by Wang Lin. Just as they were about to leave to deal with the last matter in the Luo Tian, Master Flamespark clenched his teeth and clasped his hands at Wang Lin. "Senior, I'm very familiar with the Cultivation Alliance and have a great enmity with Master Zhongxian. If Senior goes to the Alliance, can I follow you?" Wang Lin pondered a bit and said, "Although that would be good, my whereabouts are uncertain. Although I'll be there soon, I can't be sure of the exact time. No problem. I can go there first and wait outside. Once Senior goes to the Alliance headquarters, just spread out your divine sense to find me. I hope Senior can consider our past relationship and not refuse." Master Flamespark's words were sincere as he looked at Wang Lin. Master Flamespark rarely begged others in his life. Now that he was facing a former junior and saying such pleading words, he couldn't help but feel a bit complicated. Wang Lin looked at Master Flamespark. He still clearly remembered the battle between Master Flamespark and the injured Shimizu. Master Flamespark had borrowed the Thunder Beast and used a large amount of resources to refine a large portion of the Thunder Celestial Realm. Wang Lin pondered a bit and then slowly said, "Okay." After he finished speaking, he waved his sleeves and took a step forward. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from the planet formation without a trace. Only Master Flamespark and Li Yunzi remained. They looked at the direction Wang Lin disappeared to, and their expressions became even more complicated. Old. Really old. Master Flamespark let out a sigh. In the future, the inner realm will be his world. Li Yunzi shook his head. The memories of his encounter with Wang Lin appeared in his mind. In the Luo Tian star system, Wang Lin's figure moved like a shuttle. Every step he took him across endless distances. When he returned to the Luo Tian star system, 3 of the 4 things had been done, and only 1 remained. This last thing wasn't to get revenge or settle karma, but to prepare for the battle against the outer realm for Wang Lin. He had taken a fancy to one of the things in the Luo Tian star system. This thing had given him a great shock back then. Even thinking about it now, his mind was still shaken. Before, he didn't have the qualifications or strength to obtain it, but now Wang Lin was confident he could find it and capture it. He was going to refine it into his ancient god life essence beast. In truth, when he was a 6-star ancient god, he could have refined his life essence beast, but he hadn't met one that suited him. Even the Ji Qiong had tempted him, but due to his lack of strength, he hadn't been able to obtain it. In addition, even the Ji Qiong couldn't compare to what Wang Lin desired the most. As for the many fierce beasts in the cloud sea, not even the sure San rank beasts could enter Wang Lin's eyes. Although I haven't fought it before, that shocking glimpse of it showed that it was comparable to a 3rd-step cultivator. Even if Wang Yu was before it, she wouldn't be able to resist. I must obtain this beast. As he moved forward, Wang Lin's eyes were filled with battle intent. He stepped forward and crossed the endless stars. Just as he was about to reach the star system he had seen before, Wang Lin suddenly stopped. I unknowingly passed by here. Wang Lin's expression was a bit melancholic. There were 2 cultivation planets before him. Planet Thousand Illusion, Planet Ranyun. 1,000 years ago, Wang Lin arrived in the Luo Tian star system through a rift in the Demon Spirit Land. The first cultivation planet he went to was Ranyun. There, he accompanied Wang Ping for a lifetime. He accompanied Wang Ping through all the mountains on this planet, crossed the rivers on this planet, and conquered the seas on this planet. He had given Wang Ping a heart that could tolerate the heavens and earth. He had given Wang Ping a life of riches and glory, the peak of a mortal emperor. However, he couldn't give Wang Ping a complete body. The 100 years of father-son affection slowly appeared in Wang Lin's heart when he saw planet Ranyun. Along with this affection was the pain that had already faded. Wang Lin's gaze fell on planet Thousand Illusion. Everything that happened in the Hua family seemed like it happened yesterday, as well as that complicated frown that made Wang Lin feel. A sigh echoed across the stars. Wang Lin silently pondered and no longer looked at planet Thousand Illusion. Instead, he stepped toward planet Ranyun. Planet Ranyun was the same as it was 1,000 years ago. There hadn't been much change, as if 1,000 years was only a blink of an eye. However, the things were still there, but the people were different. Most of the old friends from back then could no longer be found. On planet Ranyun, some areas were already in autumn. Gusts of autumn wind brought with it a trace of chilliness. Withered leaves swirled in the sky, outlining the lonely shadows of the moonlight, the night. On planet Ranyun, in a mortal capital, there was a courtyard. The courtyard was very dark, and in front of the gate, there were 2 dim lanterns hanging high in the air. They swayed in the wind, causing the lights to flicker between bright and dark. It seemed to separate the night and the autumn wind a few dozen feet away. The 3rd watch, the 10th outbreak of the month, and there was still the fourth watch. Chapter 1500. Hurried coughs broke the silence in the courtyard. That voice was very old, as if it had already reached the end of its life. As it spread out, even the wind outside seemed to become stronger. Whistling sounds filled the air, causing the lanterns outside the courtyard to sway even more violently. It was as if an aura that came from the underworld had surged forth with the wind. As the two strings of lanterns swayed, it wanted to rush into the courtyard and take away a soul that had struggled to return. As the lantern swayed, one could vaguely see the word Sun written in red cinnabar. Sun family. The few hurried coughs that broke the silence caused footsteps to appear in the courtyard. Many servants hurried to a very ordinary house in the depths of the courtyard. At that moment, there were already 3 old men standing outside the house anxiously. Behind them were many children of the Sun family. "What are you all panicking for? I won't die yet." A hoarse voice came from the house, and it was filled with a deep sense of exhaustion. Ancestor, one of the 3 old men outside the door, had an anxious expression on his face. He moved forward as if he was about to speak in a low voice. At this moment, the sound of horses galloping could be heard from outside the courtyard. In the dark of the night, the sound was very clear, and it was getting closer and closer. On the street outside the courtyard, there were a few horses galloping over, and on the horse at the very front sat a middle-aged man. This man was wearing armor, and his expression was dignified without being angry. On the horse beside him, there was an old man whose hat had fallen off, and his hair was blown by the wind. The old man's face was pale. The speed of the warhorse was too fast, and it caused terror to appear in his eyes. The warhorses stopped in front of the courtyard. The middle-aged man got off the horse and grabbed the old man. He charged into the courtyard like the wind and arrived outside the house. "Ancestor, Dao Sun has brought the best imperial physician here. We must treat Ancestor." "Nonsense. I've lived for 1,000 years, and my time is almost up. How can I be treated by a mortal doctor?" When the hoarse voice came from the house, he started coughing again. As the people outside tensed up, the door to the room opened from the inside. A white-haired old woman slowly walked out with the help of 2 servant girls. "Today, I called all of you here because I know that I won't be able to live past 7 days. I'm a little worried about all of you. However, apart from me, there are no other cultivators in my Sun family. This way, we can avoid the cruelty of the cultivation world. Remember, future generations don't cultivate. Enjoy wealth in this mortal world. That's the best choice. All of you better remember my words." As the old woman coughed, her eyes suddenly widened and shined brightly. She swept her gaze past her descendants one by one. A powerful pressure spread out from her body and enveloped everyone, causing the members of the Sun clan, including the middle-aged man in the armor, to drop to their knees. Expressions of terror appeared on their faces as they quickly voiced their assent. "It's good that you remember. It's good that you remember. All of you disperse. Let me have some peace." The light in the old woman's eyes gradually dimmed. Although she was old, it could still be seen that when she was young, she was a beautiful person who liked to teach others a lesson. The descendants, kneeling on the ground, didn't dare to disobey her words. They all left. Even the servants and the old woman's servant girls left. The house, shrouded in darkness, slowly quieted down. The old woman let out a sigh and slowly sat down on a stone chair. She looked at the blurry moon covered by the dark clouds and began to reminisce about the past. When people get old, they always like to reminisce. Even when I'm about to leave this world, I can't change my habit of teaching people a lesson. Speaking of which, I haven't taught many people a lesson in my life. The figure of a person gradually appeared in the old woman's mind. Back then, she thought that person was a little cultivator who didn't care about cultivation. She was very angry at his lazy cultivation and had taught him a lesson many times. As she reminisced, a smile appeared on the old woman's face. She was very happy. In her memories, she found the happiness of her remaining years. Outside the courtyard, under the lanterns in the autumn wind, a figure in white had unknowingly appeared there. Wang Lin looked at the courtyard before him. After he arrived on planet Ranyun, the only person left in his divine sense was an old friend, a very interesting little female cultivator who disguised herself as a man. Back then, whenever this person met him when he returned to his cave, she would sternly lecture him and make him focus on cultivation. Only then would he be able to achieve Tao. Wang Lin could see that every word she said was from the bottom of her heart. This feeling was very unique compared to the cruel cultivation world. This made Wang Lin's heart feel warmth. Therefore, he still remembered this person. He didn't expect that after 1,000 years, the only old friend left on this planet would be the woman from back then. A smile appeared on his face as Wang Lin walked toward the courtyard under the two lanterns. His footsteps echoed as he slowly walked into the depths of the courtyard, outside the ordinary house. He saw the old friend sitting there, silently counting her memories. The female cultivator, Sun Ling, or more accurately, Sun Ling. Wang Lin's arrival was like a mortal's, and the sound of footsteps echoed. He didn't hide anything and wouldn't hide anything. The old woman frowned. She didn't turn around but began to scold. Didn't I say to let this old woman have some peace? Wang Lin smiled and softly said, "After 1,000 years, you want me to leave right after I arrived." When his voice entered the old woman's ears, she was startled. She turned around and looked at Wang Lin, who wasn't far away. This gaze caused her body to tremble. Sumu. The old woman looked at Wang Lin for a long time. After a long time, she revealed a smile. "When did you come back?" The old woman didn't lose her composure like Master Flames Park and company and quickly recovered. Although her lifespan wasn't as long as Master Flames Park and company and her cultivation level was far lower, she had already seen through everything. At this moment, there was only the joy of seeing an old friend and nothing else. "I came back not long ago and passed by here, so I came to see if there were any other old friends." Wang Lin sat across from the old woman and looked at her like she was a good friend. In Wang Lin's eyes, this person's surname wasn't important. The relationship between them wasn't that of a man and a woman. It was a friendship between old friends. Whether it was a man or a woman, it was all memories of the past. On this night, Wang Lin was very happy. His words with Sun Ling echoed in the courtyard. Although Sun Ling's voice was old and hoarse, to Wang Lin, it sounded like a silver bell from 1,000 years ago. Even the coldness of the autumn wind slowly dissipated. When it blew on one's body, it was like a spring breeze that made one's heart feel warmth. The moonlight gradually dimmed, and a white line like the belly of a fish appeared on the horizon. It gradually spread out, as if the eye of heaven and earth was slowly opening in the midst of being closed. As the white line filled the sky, Wang Lin softly said, "Have you really decided?" Sun Ling had a smile on her face as she looked at Wang Lin and softly said, "If there is life, there will naturally be death. My life is already very tired. Even if I continue to live, there is no meaning. It is better to leave. If you change your mind, you can take this pill." Wang Lin's expression was calm as he took out a pill and placed it on the side. He let out a sigh and looked at the old woman once more. He didn't look back as he walked out of the courtyard. Sun Ling looked at Wang Lin's back as he walked away. She felt like she was in a trance. She seemed to have returned to the past when she sat outside the large stone that was used to manage the cave and coldly scolded this young man who rarely went into closed-door cultivation. Do you know what cultivators value the most? Let me tell you, the most important thing is diligence. Although your talent is not good, if you're diligent, there's still room for improvement. I have been guarding this cave for many years, and many of the cultivators I've seen have reached the soul formation stage. None of them have given up cultivating early in the morning and wandered outside like you. The smile on the old woman's face became even wider, but there was a hint of red under that smile. The morning sun scattered across the earth and took away the coldness of the night. Even the coldness of the autumn wind seemed to have lessened a lot and was replaced with a hint of warmth. Yellow, red, and withered leaves fluttered in the wind. It was a beautiful sight to behold. Wang Lin slowly stepped onto the highest mountain on this planet in this autumn wind. He didn't use any magic, but walked up step by step like a mortal. Just like how he brought Wang Ping to conquer this mountain in the past. Wang Lin stood by a rushing river, and his gaze fell into the distance. There was a lonely boat moving alone on the sea. Wang Lin stood on the boat as he faced the roar of the waves and looked at the world. Ping Er, the mountain is like your pride, the river is like your thoughts, and the sea is like your heart. Your father brought you to conquer this mountain to let you have your pride, to not yield to the heavens and earth, to not yield to fate. No matter where you go, you have to raise your head and be proud. I brought you to conquer this river because I wanted you to understand that the ceaseless flow of this river contained an unwavering belief. Without belief, this river wouldn't be able to flow, and without belief, a person would only be a walking corpse for the rest of their lives. Your father brought you to conquer this sea to let you have a heart like the sea. All the ups and downs are nothing when you see the sea. Wang Lin walked through the mountains, the rivers, the seas, the plains, the jungles, the scenes of the past, and Wang Ping's footprints. Although he was a 7-star ancient god, although his name shook the outer realm, and although his name would shake the inner realm in the future, he was still a father. At this moment, he was a mortal who missed his son, Wang Ping. Returning to his hometown, his thoughts were filled with melancholy. He felt Wang Ping's soul inside the heaven-defying bead. With his white hair and lonely figure, Wang Lin left planet Ran Yun, the place that gave him 100 years of unforgettable memories. Only a melancholy sigh echoed in the world and lingered for a long time. Planet Ran Yun, as the name implied, had the shape of a willow. It was like a cloud slowly falling from the sky. Old Ran Yun was about to arrive. Fourth night watch. Grabbing the monthly votes could help him lose weight. He had lost 5 kilograms this month. Very good, very powerful. In the last 2 days, his dream was at hand. At the moment when it was within reach or gone, he would fight for the last 50 hours. Chapter 1501. The matter of the Luo Tian star system had come to an end. After leaving planet Ran Yun, Wang Lin didn't stop at all. He quickly flew toward the stars. Ripples echoed under his feet, and his figure merged with the world. Wang Lin was determined to obtain this last matter. There was a place in the Luo Tian star system that was extremely desolate and filled with fog. If one recklessly charged in, they would likely lose their way and be trapped inside, never to leave. This was the forbidden area of the Luo Tian star system. Very few cultivators would come here. Even if they passed by, they would choose to avoid it and not get close. There were some strange, fierce beasts hidden inside the vast fog. These fierce beasts were very similar to the cloud sea. Although there weren't many of them, they formed their own world inside the fog. Divine sense would be canceled out by the fog, so it was difficult to cover everything. Wang Lin's figure appeared outside this area as ripples spread. Looking at the dense fog before him, Wang Lin's eyes lit up. After he left the Thunder Celestial Realm, he was teleported here and then appeared inside the body of the strange beast. After he charged out with the chosen immortal clan, he looked back and caught a glimpse of this place. He saw the incomparably large, whale-like beast, the Nether Beast. At this moment, the last thing Wang Lin wanted to do in the Luo Tian star system was to hunt the Nether Beast. The Nether Beast was huge, and its strength could be said to be peerless. However, this beast was extremely timid, and it would hide when it encountered an enemy. Compared to its huge body, its timid nature was not proportional. Despite this, very few people dared to provoke the Nether Beast. Even Master Lu Fu, who clearly knew that there was a Nether Beast here, didn't have any thoughts of hunting it. Even with Master Lu Fu's cultivation level, he was so afraid of this beast. If this beast's nature became violent, the entire Luo Tian star system would become a catastrophe. Even Wang Yu, who was bigger than the beast, did not dare to provoke it. The Nether Beast only knew 2 abilities. The first ability was to turn itself into a mustard seed. With its huge body, if it didn't reveal itself, it would be very difficult for others to detect it, even if it was next to it. This was especially true for its timid nature. Once it was disturbed, it would immediately choose to turn into nothingness, like a mustard seed, making it difficult for others to find it. This second spell was completely different from turning into a mustard seed. Under this second spell, whether it was the Moongazer Serpent or Master Lu Fu, they all had a run. There were beasts in the netherworld that existed in a world. This world could be big or small, changing unpredictably. The beast's only ability was to devour. Once the beast was forced into a corner, it would open its mouth and swallow. Whether it was treasures, beasts, cultivators, planets, or even a star system, they would all fall into the beast's body and be trapped inside its body. The nether beast wouldn't open its mouth for tens of thousands of years, but once it opened its mouth, time would flow. This meant that once the nether beast took the initiative to devour, the world inside its body could make time flow for tens of thousands of years, or even tens of thousands of years. It didn't have a spell to slow down time. It only had the passage of an instant. Rumor has it that in the immemorial era, there was an adult nether beast that, after being forced into a corner, suddenly opened its mouth and devoured a part of the starry sky. The starry sky rotated for millions of years until it turned into dust, and all the enemies inside became dead souls. Very few people understood the nether beast. They only knew from rumors that it didn't cause time to flow every time it devoured. It was as if this spell was a great burden for it. Although this was the case, few people dared to provoke this beast. Most of Wang Lin's understanding of the nether beast came from the outer realm's celestial spells. After absorbing the memories of too many cultivators, information about the nether beast gradually formed in his mind. It was because of this, and because he was very interested in the nether beast, that he had asked the Luo Tian to do the last thing. The only thing I don't understand is how a mere celestial king in the Thunder Celestial realm could use the nether beast. Staring at the fog, Wang Lin's eyes lit up. If he hadn't personally seen the nether beast and felt its unimaginable power, he would have thought the beast was only large and not too powerful. That celestial king was also very intelligent. Perhaps he had another method to use this beast. Wang Lin's expression became serious as he took a step forward. He turned into a ray of white light and charged into the fog. His speed was too fast, and in the blink of an eye, he charged into the fog. The moment he entered, he caused the fog to churn violently. There seemed to be countless roars coming from the distance. When they entered Wang Lin's ears, they were like the wails of ghosts and the howls of wolves. They were very mournful. Back then, this fog made Wang Lin very nervous. He had relied on a great opportunity and his original body's guidance to slowly walk out. However, right now he was moving at an extremely fast speed toward the depths of the fog without hesitation. His divine sense spread out in all directions. Although it couldn't cover the entire area, everything within hundreds of thousands of feet appeared in his mind. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Wang Lin wouldn't let Ling Dong and Zhou Jin search with their divine senses. The nether beast was not a cultivator and was extremely timid. Once it was disturbed by divine sense, it would immediately escape. It was fine to escape, but once it turned into a mustard seed and escaped, it would be very difficult for Wang Lin to find it. Also, he wasn't doing this to kill the nether beast, but to make it his ancient god-life essence beast. As he moved forward, Wang Lin's expression was extremely serious. He moved very fast and constantly flashed through the fog. Every step he took crossed hundreds of thousands of feet. He searched inch by inch for traces of the nether beast. Time slowly passed, but Wang Lin wasn't tired at all. He was like a hunter carefully searching where his prey appeared. As he searched, various fierce beasts appeared within Wang Lin's divine sense. However, no matter how fierce these fierce beasts were, they all trembled after being scanned by Wang Lin's divine sense. They didn't dare to move at all, and they couldn't even let out a roar. Inside the fog, A white shadow often flashed and traveled an endless distance. As Wang Lin moved, he gradually explored 20 to 30% of the star domain. There was no sign of the nether beast. After the nether beast appeared, it was as if it had disappeared. Wang Lin's expression was still serious, and he didn't become impatient at all. He silently continued to search. Wang Lin's figure gradually went deeper into the fog. After searching again and again, his footprints covered nearly half of the star domain. There was still no trace of the nether beast. It was as if the beast had already left and didn't exist. Wang Lin frowned slightly. After pondering for a bit, he gave up the idea of using Ling Dong and Zhou Jin's divine sense to search. Instead, he calmed himself down and continued to move forward. His divine sense became even more detailed. As time passed, the area that Wang Lin searched continued to increase. From half of the star domain to nearly 80% of the fog, Wang Lin's body suddenly stopped. His eyes lit up, and his divine sense locked onto the fog ahead. There was a group of rocks about 1,000 feet wide in the fog 30,000 feet away from Wang Lin. There were at least a few dozen of them, and they were quietly floating in the fog. Wang Lin's gaze penetrated the fog and landed on the group of rocks in the distance. He moved like lightning through the fog, crossed 30,000 feet, and appeared before the group of rocks. Looking at it up close, these rocks had many colors and looked like gems. They were fused together by a mysterious force to form this scene. Standing on a 1,000-foot piece of rock, Wang Lin knocked on it with his right hand, and a series of popping sounds came from inside. After pondering for a bit, Wang Lin's right hand mercilessly grabbed a piece of rock, and with a crack, a piece appeared in his hand. After taking a closer look, Wang Lin's eyes revealed a strange light. These rocks gave off an ancient aura and contained dense spiritual energy. A 1,000-foot piece of rock could compare to all the spiritual energy on a half-abandoned cultivation planet. However, although this spiritual energy was shocking, it didn't have any life. It was as if it was dead and had no vitality. I've never heard of such a spirit stone in this world. Even a supreme grade spirit stone couldn't compare to this spirit stone. If it was sold in the cultivation world, it could be sold for an unimaginable price. However, there are traces of time on it. It looks like tens of thousands of years have passed. This makes this thing. Wang Lin was analyzing when he suddenly stopped. His eyes widened, and he stared at the rock in his hand. Traces of time. Traces of time. Wang Lin seemed to have grasped something. His divine sense scanned the rocks and felt the aura of time. His eyes lit up. Excrement of the nether beast. Wang Lin looked at the rocks before him and was shocked. That's right, the nether beast must have devoured a few cultivation planets for some unknown reason. Time passed in the nether beast's body, causing those cultivation planets to die. However, although the planet's souls died and the cultivation planets were destroyed, the spiritual energy inside still condensed. That's why these rocks are filled with spiritual energy, but have no vitality at all. It's as if they are dead. They are filled with the aura of time. If I want to hunt the nether beast, I must first seal it. Its body is large, so not only must it be sealed on the outside, it must also be sealed on the inside. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. If he dared to hunt the nether beast, then he was already prepared in his heart. The seal on the outside can be completed in one strike of thunder. The difficult part is the seal on the inside, and the seal on the soul. The gap of 2,000 votes had been pulled down to less than 1,000 votes. Begging for monthly votes. Begging for monthly votes. Thank you, Shuyu1104281950422937. Heavenly Blood Impermanence. Drunken Song. Rosalind. I'm Old Night Owl. Bone Emperor. Mafon 222. And Winnie the Primordial Energy. Double monthly votes for Wang Lin as a third-step cultivator and for Winnie the Pooh to break the realm sealing formation. I feel very honored and will definitely do my best. Please accept this gift from me. Today, the Fning Alliance and the Chopra Alliance will send rewards once more. The red battle flag will lead the celestial renegade cultivators to defy the heavens. All out. Chapter 1502. Staring at the group of rocks before him, Wang Lin waved his right hand and a gust of wind blew by. When the wind landed on the rocks, they all collapsed and the spiritual energy inside moved. Wang Lin's right hand reached out and strands of spiritual energy gathered in his palm, forming a vortex. Guide with spirit. Wang Lin's left hand formed a seal and pointed at the cyclone. The spiritual energy suddenly turned into strands of smoke and circled around Wang Lin's body before moving to the right. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he quickly followed the spiritual energy smoke into the endless fog. Although the spiritual energy absorbed by the rubble didn't have any vitality and had traces of time, because it came from the Nether Beast's body, there was a hint of the Nether Beast's aura on it. With this aura, he could find the Nether Beast. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and his body moved like lightning as he followed the spiritual energy smoke into the depths of the fog. As he moved forward, there was a flash of joy in Wang Lin's eyes. He felt a faint pressure coming from the distance. Under this pressure, no fierce beasts dare to stay here. The moment the pressure entered Wang Lin's body, it turned into a powerful force that caused Wang Lin to tremble. He didn't hesitate and slowly withdrew his divine sense without attracting the attention of the pressure. It shrank until it covered an area of 1,000 feet around his body. At the same time, his body followed the spiritual energy smoke and charged into the depths of the fog. The further he went, the stronger the pressure became. It surrounded Wang Lin's body like countless mountains. Although the pressure was strong, Wang Lin didn't retreat. Instead, his eyes were filled with excitement and battle intent. He waved his right hand, and the spiritual energy smoke stopped and was put into his storage space by Wang Lin. He stood there and licked his lips. It was as if there was a fire in his heart that swept through his body. If this Nether Beast isn't strong, then hunting it would be boring. The stronger it is, the more worth it is for me to hunt it. Only then can it become my life essence beast. Wang Lin revealed a smile and slowly moved forward. This pressure gradually became stronger. As Wang Lin got closer, it was as if there was an unimaginable existence resting before him. This existence seemed to be sleeping, and the pressure was like a wave that silently spread. As the pressure spread out, the fog around them moved and slowly pushed out in all directions. If one looked down from above, they could clearly see that the fog was like ripples that were drawn out by the pressure. As for Wang Lin, he was filled with excitement as he slowly closed in on his prey, hunting the Nether Beast. His divine sense was frozen at around 1,000 feet. At this point, Wang Lin no longer needed his divine sense or the spiritual energy smoke to guide him. He could find the Nether Beast with just this pressure. The fog was like a wave that silently moved in all directions. As the fog moved, Wang Lin moved forward without hesitation. When the pressure and the fog became the most violent, there was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes, and his speed suddenly increased. It was as if everything he had done before was to prepare for this final charge. At this moment, Wang Lin's speed had reached the limit of a 7-star ancient god. Even Master Lu Fu couldn't compare. This indescribable speed was several times faster than the speed of sound. As a result, there was a moment of silence. Wang Lin mercilessly left behind the sonic boom that hadn't even appeared yet and charged straight ahead. The mist collapsed in front of him, rolling in all directions. The pressure disintegrated in front of him, dissipating layer by layer. In just a flash, Wang Lin completely broke through the fog and appeared in front of him. He saw a giant beast 1,000 feet away. This beast looked like a whale, and its body was hundreds of thousands of feet long. Cultivators were like ants before it. Nether Beast. On the two sides of its mouth, there were two enormous whiskers. These whiskers were 100,000 feet long and were slowly swaying. The beast's mouth was tightly shut, and even its eyes were closed, as if it was in a deep sleep. Its body was dark blue. From afar, it looked like a dark blue sea floating in the fog. A boundless might spread out from his body in all directions, stirring up the fog. From the moment Wang Lin appeared to the moment he saw this beast, everything happened in an instant. His pupils shrank, and without any pause, he charged forward. 1,000 feet, 800 feet, 500 feet, 300 feet, until he reached 30 feet. When he was within 30 feet, Wang Lin raised his right hand and mercilessly smashed down on the sleeping nether beast. A thunderous rumble echoed. The sonic boom created by Wang Lin's extreme speed closed in at this moment. It set off a heaven-shaking rumble that swept across the entire star domain. The thunderous rumble was like the collapse of a star domain. It was enough to make the mind of anyone who heard it collapse and their body be torn apart. With the might of my royal ancient god and the inheritance of the ancient order, I seal your outer body as my life essence beast. As the thunderous rumble echoed, Wang Lin's right palm landed on the nether beast. It turned into a palm-sized tattoo that contained the aura of the ancient order. The outer seal is complete. Now it is the inner seal, and I can't enter the realm inside its body. There's also the most difficult seal, the soul seal. Only when these 3 seals are complete can this beast become my ancient god life essence beast. The nether beast's body trembled and a roar came from inside. This roar was like a spell from a third-step cultivator, and it suppressed the thunderous rumble from before. The collision created an indescribable impact. The power spread out, causing all of the mist in the misty star field to churn. From the outside, it was possible to see the mist exploding, spreading out in all directions. It was like a catastrophe that was about to destroy the starry sky. All the cultivators in the Luo Tian star system clearly felt the tremble of the Luo Tian star system. Wang Lin was the closest to the nether beast and was hit by the impact. He quickly retreated several thousand feet, and every step he took caused thunderous rumbles to echo. The space below him collapsed layer by layer, revealing an illusory net. This illusory net was the realm sealing formation. The nether beast's body trembled and its eyes suddenly opened. It stared at Wang Lin, and its 2 whiskers moved rapidly. Bursts of roars came from its mouth, but its giant body didn't retreat. Instead, as the roar came from its abdomen, it revealed a ferocious gaze and charged at Wang Lin. Wang Lin's eyes narrowed, and he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He let out a laugh and also didn't retreat. When another beast charged at him, he stepped out. Everyone says this beast is timid and will flee when it encounters an enemy. When I saw it, it was indeed like this, but for some reason, it didn't escape. This is even better. As Wang Lin stepped forward, popping sounds came from his body. The 7 ancient god stars rotated between his eyebrows, and his body suddenly expanded. In the blink of an eye, he became 10,000 feet tall. There was a thunderous bang, and Wang Lin opened his arms. The moment the nether beast charged at him, he hugged its giant body. Wang Lin let out a roar and immediately felt a powerful force come from the nether beast. Wang Lin coughed out blood and was forced back. This retreat was 10,000 feet. However, the battle intent in Wang Lin's eyes became even stronger. His laughter echoed as his hands held the nether beast's mouth, and he let out a roar. This is more interesting. Competing with Wang in strength, good? Wang Lin let out a roar and forced himself to stop. The moment he stopped, the powerful force from the nether beast rushed at him once more. The 7 stars between Wang Lin's eyebrows rotated to form a vortex, and ancient god power entered his body. Not only did Wang Lin stop, but he also took a step forward with the nether beast in his arms. The stars trembled and the fog rumbled. Wang Lin's laughter echoed in all directions. His eyes were filled with battle intent, but they were also bloodshot. After pushing the nether beast forward, he didn't stop and took a second step. The nether beast let out a roar as if it couldn't stop the ancient god power coming from Wang Lin's body. Wang Lin's ferocious expression caused the nether beast to be pushed back by Wang Lin. Wang Lin moved faster and faster as he roared and took step after step. 100 feet, 500 feet, 1,000 feet, until 10,000 feet. No matter how much the nether beast struggled, it couldn't break free from Wang Lin's hands. It was pushed back by Wang Lin's steps. After passing 10,000 feet, the veins on Wang Lin's arms swelled, and the ancient god power in his body surged like crazy. He held the nether beast and lifted it into the air before mercilessly throwing it down. A thunderous rumble echoed, and the fog in the star domain was pushed back, creating an empty space. The nether beast's giant body was thrown by Wang Lin and fell down. As the thunderous rumble echoed, the nether beast let out a roar filled with fear. Its eyes were filled with fear, and it swung its tail like a whale. It no longer dared to fight, and quickly fled down after being thrown by Wang Lin. Become this god's life beast, and follow this god to rule the world. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. His first palm contained his life aura, and it entered the nether beast's body. Seeing the nether beast escape, Wang Lin took a step forward. However, just as he closed in on the escaping nether beast, it suddenly turned around. The fear in its eyes disappeared and was replaced with a hint of wisdom. The second update, continue to write with red eyes, beg for monthly votes. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.